Oh man. Howdy, howdy. Alright. So, couple things. This is gonna be the new series, Dark Souls 3. But we're gonna let ChatGPT run the game. It's gonna make the character, what weapon, what class, what weapons we're gonna use, and that's it. So that's how we're gonna play this. So I got ChatGPT set up. All I have to do is talk to it, and we're gonna get ready. So let's get everything set up. Let me just. Holy hell, do I have to scroll through all this? There we go. We're gonna play offline because I do not feel like dealing with people. Mostly because I don't trust people, and I think there's probably hackers running this game now. Where is it? Boop. It did not save. Alright, hold on. Be right back screen. Getting everything set up. Oh man. Alright, there it goes. Alright, let's get this started. Let me get the audio going. Alright.
Yes, indeed.
Your butt will cough fill up.
It is called Lothric, where the transitory lands
We'll watch
of
this
the
just
Lords
in
of
case people
Cinder
haven't seen this before.
converge.
This is not my first time playing it. I played it a lot on Xbox, so.
In venturing north, the pilgrims discover the truth of the old words. The fire fades, and the lords go without thrones. When the link of fire is threatened, the bell tolls, unearthing the old lords of Cinder from their graves. Aldrich, saint of the deep, Farron's undead legion, the Abyss Watchers. And the reclusive lord of the profaned capital.
The music's so good.
Yon the giant. the lords will abandon their thrones. And the unkindled will rise. Nameless. Cursed undead.
Sorry about that, I was fixing my
unfit
screen.
cinder. And so it is that ash seeketh embers.
I think I have a setup where we can hear ChatGPT, so we're gonna test it. Here we go. Alright, ChatGPT, what class are we starting with in Dark Souls 3?
Let's start with something straightforward, like the Knight class if you enjoy melee combat. They have good armor and strength. Or if you're feeling adventurous and want to cast spells, the Sorcerer class is a solid choice.
No,
What's your pla-
no. It's your choice, not my choice.
Alright, let's go with the Pyromancer. They're a great mix of magic and melee, with powerful fire spells and decent starting equipment. Perfect for tackling all sorts of challenges.
Okay, would you like male or female?
Let's go with a male character. Ready to set the world on fire?
Young, mature, or aged?
Let's go with a young character. Ready to start your adventure?
What kind of burial gift should I choose?
The Life Ring is a solid choice for beginners. It boosts your HP. But if you want something a bit more versatile, the Estus Shard can be useful later to upgrade your healing. Which one sounds better to you?
This is your decision, not mine.
Alright, let's go with the Life Ring. It will give you a nice boost to your HP early on. Let's get into the game and start your journey.
What hair color would you like?
How about a classic black hair color? It's simple and cool. What do you think?
This is your decision, not mine.
Alright, let's go with black hair then. Now we're all set to start your adventure. Let's do this.
What color eyes would you like?
Let's go with blue eyes. It looks striking. Ready to begin?
Black hair, blue eyes, alright. Now we just need a name.
How about the name Ember? It fits the Pyromancer vibe perfectly. What do you think?
This is your decision, not mine.
Alright, let's go with the name Ember. Time to embark on your journey in Dark Souls 3. Let's do this.
Alright.
Awesome! Have a great time playing and good luck on your adventure. If you need any tips along the way, just let me know.
Alright, what's the first boss weakness?
The first boss, Udex Gundyr, is tough but manageable. Focus on dodging his attacks and counterattacking after he swings. Keep an eye on his movements and you'll find openings to strike. Good luck!
Alright, I'll call back when I have level ups.
Sounds good. Have fun and I'll be here when you're ready. Good luck!
Okay. Talking to an AI is crazy, but but this is what we're gonna be doing. The only problem is it says I have 4 minutes left. I don't know if it's. I hope it's not daily. But yeah, that's how we're gonna play. We're gonna use the AI. We're gonna use the AI to do everything. I would have done more with the face stuff, but it sounded like the AI did not care. But everything this run is gonna be controlled by the AI. Of course, I'm not gonna ask it, should I fight this boss or wait? I'm not gonna do any of that. I'm just gonna let it control anything that level ups, weapons, spells, and they wanted pyromancer. I asked it earlier before the stream started. What class did you choose? And she just kept reading like all the classes that are available in the game. She's like, alright, start your live stream and I'll pick one. Because I was gonna wait until but yeah. Put that to the side for now. And I was seeing if she would have said something about like the Pyromancer being a great starter class because this boss is weak to fire. Usually what I choose is usually like the bandit or knight or swordsman. And just firebombs. Get them to half health and start throwing firebombs. Ooh, God, I forgot how bad the jumping is in this game. I guess if it is a certain amount of time I can talk to it, then I'm probably just gonna wait every day and just do a boss every day. Maybe, I don't know, we'll see. We're gonna do it full normal playthrough today. I just won't do anything like level. Wipe my hands down. Alright. I'm probably gonna start this early tomorrow too. See if I still got it. We beat the first boss on the first try.
Nice job. First try is impressive. Keep it up and enjoy the game.
Alright, now what do I level up for my first level up?
Great question. If you prefer melee combat, consider leveling up your strength.
No. We chose Pyromancer. It's up to you, though. What would you like to level up?
Got it. For a Pyromancer, focus on leveling up your intelligence to boost your spell power, and attunement to increase your spell slots. This will make your magic attacks stronger and more versatile. Keep it up.
Should we fight the Naked Katana Man?
That would be the Swordmaster in the starting area. If you want to challenge him, be prepared for a tough fight. But if you'd rather not, you can run past him for now and come back later when you're stronger. Good luck.
It's your decision.
If you're up for a challenge, go ahead and face him. If not, no worries.
I need you to command me. Should I do it?
I'm sorry, but you've hit the daily limit for advanced voice. You can switch to standard now to keep chatting.
Alright, so, I am under your command. Do I go for the attack on the Katana Man or not?
The Katana Man. That's a tough choice. If you're feeling confident, go for it, but just be ready to dodge his fast attacks. He's not easy, but if you nail it, you can snag a powerful katana early on, which is pretty sweet. If you're not ready, just make sure to be cautious and come back later when you have a bit more strength under your belt. It's all about your confidence level.
Okay, tell me what to level up.
Well, I'm the law to this. Very well, then take me.
All right, if you're rolling with a Pyromancer, focus on leveling up intelligence and attunement first. Intelligence boosts your spell power, while attunement gives you more spell slots, which is key for staying versatile in battles. After that, start adding some points into vitality for health and endurance for stamina, so you can cast more spells and take a few hits without getting wrecked.
We have 4 level ups. Where
If
would
you
you
want
like
to go
them?
full pyro, you'll need to be able to stay at range and dish out those fireballs.
We have 4 level ups. What should I do?
All right, with 4 level ups, here's what I recommend. 1, intelligence plus 2. Boost that magic power so your fire spells hit harder. 2, attunement plus 1. Extra spell slots will help with versatility. 3, vitality 1, a bit of extra health to survive those hits. 4, endurance plus 1. This will help with stamina for dodging and swinging your weapon. That should give you a solid balance of power and survivability. Ready to burn some enemies?
Farewell, Ashen.
Alright. Should I fight the Naked Katana Man?
Good luck. The Naked Katana Man, aka the Swordmaster, is a tough one, but if you stay calm and watch his movements, you can find your openings. His attacks are fast, so make sure to dodge at the right time and hit him after he finishes a swing. Don't get greedy with your attacks. Patience is key here. Take your time, and if you need to heal, don't hesitate. You got this.
Alright, give me a motivational speech before going into battle.
All right, listen up. You are not just some random warrior. You are the one who will burn through every challenge this world throws at you. This is your moment. That katana-wielding fool has no idea what he's up against. He's about to find out that you're not just here to survive. You're here to conquer. Every dodge, every strike, every second counts. You have the fire of a pyromancer and the will of a warrior. So take a deep breath, focus up, and show that naked katana man that he's about to be reduced to ash. You've got the skills, you've got the guts, and you will come out on top. Now go slay that beast.
Alright.
That's the spirit. Now go get him, champ. Show him what you're made of.
I will burn my enemies.
Yes, you will. Let the flames of your wrath scorch everything in your path. Now go and let the world feel your fiery vengeance.
He's dodging my flames.
Tricky. That Swordmaster's got moves. Don't worry though, his dodging is his weakness. Get ready to play the long game.
Oh,
Try
he stabbed
baiting out
me.
his attacks, then use those moves to land a good strike. When you see him about to swing, dodge and punish him right after. He can't dodge forever. Stay patient, stay focused, and keep that fire coming.
I burned him alive.
That's what I'm talking about. You turned him into a pile of ash, just like the fire-wielding legend you are. Victory tastes sweet, doesn't it? Take a moment to savor it. You earned it. What's next on your fiery path to destruction?
Should I use his Yuchi or keep my hand axe?
If you're talking about the Uchigatana, UT, it's a solid choice. It's fast, has great scaling, and can build bleed damage. Plus, it's got a lot of reach and finesse, perfect for a quick, aggressive playstyle. But the hand axe is good if you prefer a more straightforward, aggressive approach with less finesse. It's better for raw damage and less about speed. If you're feeling confident with your mobility and want to up your game with a bit of flair, go with the Uchigatana. If you want to stay heavy-hitting and reliable, keep the hand axe. It's really about your playstyle.
I need you to command me.
All right, warrior, here's the order. Equip the Uchigatana. It's time to elevate your combat style. The speed, the reach, the bleed, it's all going to give you the edge. Ditch the hand axe and wield the katana like the master you are. Now advance. Your enemies won't know what hit them. Move with precision, strike fast, and burn everything in your path.
I am unworthy of this weapon. I don't know how to use it.
Don't doubt yourself. The Uchigatana is a weapon for those who are ready to evolve, and you're more than capable of wielding it. Sure, it's a bit different from the hand axe, but you've got the skills. Just focus on the flow of combat. Here's what you need to do. The key to the katana is timing and positioning. You want to strike quickly, then back off to avoid getting hit. Use the R1 for fast slashes and R2 for a heavier, more precise attack. You've got mobility on your side, so make sure to use it. Dodge and strike when your enemy's open. Trust in your instincts. You're worthy of this weapon.
Predict them to... Very well, then take no...
Alright, we have one level up we can do. What should I put it in?
For that level up, put it into dexterity. The Uchigatana scales really well with it, so boosting your dex will increase your damage with that weapon. Plus, it'll make you more agile, which is key when using such a fast and fluid weapon. Get those slashes sharper and deadlier.
That is actually surprising that she continued the conversation. Alright, put it back on. Looks like we had to stick with the old voice, which is fine with me.
Farewell, I may the...
Alright, I have leveled up. I am ready to travel to the
Nice.
high wall.
You're one step closer to becoming a true
She
master of
interrupted
the Uchigatana. Now, go out there and start slicing through enemies with even more power and precision. Show them the fury of your blade. What's your next move?
What can you tell me about the high wall of Lothric?
High Wall of Lothric, a classic Dark Souls location. It's a ruined, crumbling city, and it's where you'll face some of the toughest early game enemies. The area is filled with knights, hollows, and a few surprises that will keep you on your toes. The first major boss here is Vort of the Boreal Valley. But before you get to him, you'll have to deal with various enemies like Lothric Knights, who are tough but rewarding, hollows, and those pesky fire-breathing dragons that can make your life miserable if you're not careful. The key to navigating the high wall is patience. You'll want to take your time with the knights. They hit hard, but can be countered with good timing. Keep an eye out for hidden items too. There are some good upgrades and equipment to grab if you know where to look. In short, stay smart, dodge and strike with precision, and be ready for a tough but rewarding experience. You'll come out stronger for
Alright,
it.
I'm muted. Sorry. This is actually surprising. Now, I am using a weapon that I am not still have sets for. But she did also tell me to level up my dex so I can use it. So as long as she tells me to level up my dex to use it, I think we'll be good. Alright. It's just mainly collecting. Collecting items. I really hope she doesn't make me use the katana. For the boss fight. It's 16, right? They already can level up. What am I doing? What am I doing? Stats. God, we need 6 levels. Yeah, we're not using this. Well, I mean, I hope we're not. I mean, if she wants me to use it, I'll use it. That's what this run is about. so. Let's see. Alright, so well, wait, let's see what's. We picked up a Titanite shard. Should we go back and upgrade the Uchi or level up?
You've got a tough choice here. Upgrading the Uchigatana with that Titanite shard will make it significantly stronger, especially with increased dexterity. That extra damage boost will definitely make fights smoother. However, leveling up gives you more overall survivability and power in the long run. If you're feeling confident in your combat skills and want that immediate power spike, go back and upgrade the Uchi. If you think you're still facing some tough enemies and need more health or stamina, level up first. My call, upgrade the Uchi. That weapon's gonna carry you far, and the power boost is gonna make your next fights a lot easier.
Alright, I'm gonna upgrade.
Well, I am as a your letting I am.
Great choice. That upgrade will make the Uchigatana
Oh, wait.
hit even harder.
You can't even
Now you've got
upgrade.
an even sharper weapon to carve through your enemies. Get out there and put it to good use. You'll be slicing through the high wall with style. Ready to take on whatever comes next?
Sadly, I can't upgrade the Uchi because I forgot you needed 2. So, what would you like for the level ups?
Ah, good call.
Very well.
Looks like we'll
then
have to
top
grab
eight.
another shard before that upgrade. No worries though, we'll make the level up count. For now, I'd recommend Dexterity again if you're still rocking the Uchigatana, or Vitality if you're feeling like you need some extra health to survive the tougher enemies ahead. What are you leaning towards? Dexterity for more damage or Vitality for more survivability?
This is your choice, not mine.
All right, let's go with Dexterity. It'll boost your damage with that Uchigatana, and you'll be slicing through enemies with even more precision. You'll feel the difference right away in combat. Time to put those extra levels to
Farewell,
use
I shall
and
make
make
a
your
flame.
blade even deadlier.
Alright.
Perfect. Your Uchigatana just got that much more dangerous. Now get out there and show the high wall what happens when you've got sharp skills and a sharper blade.
The new ChatGPT is a mixture of Pyromancy and Dix users. I think my first playthrough, I don't know what my Dark Souls 3 first playthrough was. I want to think it was Strength, but it might have been Dex also. Cause I wanted to try the two-handed weapons. Alright. Now, that boy. I forgot in this one you don't need to pick it up. You just gotta kill. I wanted to see if she would do bow, but it looks like it's not a class. Like if she wanted me to do a glass cannon magic build, I would have probably done it. And then she would have changed it up and made me use a melee weapon. My God, this takes too long to cast. Bro, we have so many fire bombs already. I know what I'm using. Back. Ah, dummy. You played yourself.
Are you ready to have the event? Aren't go bother.
This doesn't do anything, I don't think it offline. Yeah. See, in Dark Souls 2, it gives you a health boost. It acts as a life ring. But I don't think that one... I don't think that one happens in this one. Do I want to risk the fight? Nah, probably not. Oh, but yeah, we let the AI get control. I made it to the boss room. Should I go back and sit at a bonfire or continue forward? I have no healing items.
Since you're out of healing items, I'd recommend going back to a bonfire, especially if you're low on Estus. This gives you a chance to heal up, resupply, and approach the boss with full health and stamina. Plus, there's no harm in being cautious. You don't want to risk losing all your progress. The boss isn't going anywhere, so take a short breather, rest, and then charge in fully prepared.
What can you tell me about the upcoming boss?
You're about to face Vort of the Boreal Valley. This boss is a big, hulking beast with a chilling presence, literally. He's a huge, frost-infused monster, and his attacks come at you fast with ice damage, which can freeze you in place if you're not careful. Here's the rundown. Phase 1. Vort moves slowly but hits hard. He has wide, sweeping attacks that can catch you off guard, especially if you're too close. And watch out for his charge attacks where he rushes forward and be ready to dodge. His tail swipe is another big threat. Stay close to his front and roll when he swings it. Also, his frost breath can deal significant damage if you don't move away in time. Phase 2. Once you get him down to about half health, he'll switch to a more aggressive, faster set of attacks. His frost aura will also become more intense, making dodging even more crucial. You'll need to time your attacks carefully here, as you don't want to get greedy. Tips: stay patient. Vort's attacks are powerful, but they're also pretty predictable if you keep your distance. When he's winding up for a big attack, make sure to roll or back off. If you have any ranged options like firebombs or magic, use them to chip away at his health. Keep your distance and strike when there's a clear opening.
I was just about to
He's
ask.
tough but manageable.
I had
if you play
20
it smart.
fire bombs.
Ready
Should
to
I
take him
use
down?
it? Wow. That's crazy. I was literally just about to ask it. Oh, I could level up, I think. I could level up or I could upgrade. No, I cannot. I'll go to this shrine and because if I ask, should I finally level up the thing, she's gonna say yes. Oh, better yet, I got a different question to ask. I have 2 Titanite shards now. Should I upgrade the Uchi, the Pyromancy glove, or save it for a better weapon?
With those 2 Titanite shards, I'd say upgrade the Uchigatana. It's already your main weapon, and upgrading it will make your damage output significantly stronger, especially with your dexterity. That extra edge can make all the difference in the next boss fight and the enemies ahead. The Pyromancy glove is cool for spells, but your Uchigatana will carry you through the game much more consistently for now. No need to save it for another weapon just yet. The Uchi is a solid choice for the long haul. Time to sharpen that blade and get ready to slice through more enemies.
I don't have enough dex to use the Uchi correctly. Should I still attempt the boss fight?
That's a tough situation. Since you can't use the Uchigatana at full potential, it might be a bit harder to deal significant damage to Vort. If you're not feeling confident with your current weapon, here's what I'd recommend. If you have a reliable backup weapon, like the hand axe or a different weapon that you can use effectively, go for it. You can still win the fight with good dodging and patience. If you don't have another strong weapon or don't feel ready, it might be worth taking the time to either level up your dexterity so you can use the Uchi properly, or farm some souls to buy a better weapon. But if you're up for the challenge and think you can handle it with your current weapon, don't back down. Sometimes the best way to improve is to dive right in, even if you're not at your peak. You might surprise yourself. What are you thinking? Ready to face him with what you've got, or take a moment to prepare further?
You command me. What should I do?
I command you, warrior, to march forward. The Uchigatana may not be at its peak, but your will is unbreakable. You will face Vort and carve your way through the fight with determination and precision. Remember, victory is earned, not handed out. Dodge, strike, and use the weapon you've got. Adapt and overcome. The boss isn't unbeatable, and you have everything it takes to emerge victorious. Now go forth and burn Vort to the ground.
I shall burn he to the ground.
That's the spirit. Let the flames of your resolve consume everything in your path. Vort won't know what hit him. Go and show him the fire of your gift.
There is a summon sign. I think it's the unnamed Katana Warrior. Should I summon him?
Summoning the unnamed Katana Warrior is a solid choice. He's a strong ally, and his katana skills can help take the pressure off you, especially if you're still feeling a little underpowered for the fight. It'll make the battle easier, and you'll have someone to help distract Vort while you land your hits. Go ahead and summon him. It's a good strategy. Let the katana-wielding warrior fight alongside you, and together, you'll bring Vort down.
Do you think I'm weak, that I need help, or are you just giving me helpful advice?
Not at all. I don't think you're weak. I just know this fight can be brutal, especially when you're not fully equipped for it. Summoning help doesn't make you weak, it makes you smart. Dark Souls isn't about going it alone all the time. It's about adapting and using the tools available
Based
to you.
AI right here.
The Katana Warrior is a solid ally, and together, you'll make quick work of Vort. If you want to go solo, though, I know you can handle it. But if you want the help, take it. It's all about how you want to tackle the challenge.
I need you to commend me.
Warrior, hear this. You are strong, you are capable, and you are ready. You do not need help to prove yourself. You stand unbowed before Vort, with your will as your weapon and your courage as your shield. This is your fight. Take it, conquer it, show Vort the fury of a true warrior, and carve your victory into the world. Your strength is undeniable. Now charge forward and make your mark on this world. You are unstoppable.
What lore can you tell me about this boss?
Vort of the Boreal Tragic and mysterious figures in Dark Souls 3. Vort was once a knight of Lothric, serving under the royal family. The story is tied to the Boreal Valley, told in desolate place, to the undead curse that plagues the land. Vort is a corrupted figure, transformed into a great frosted beast due to the effects of the undead curse, perhaps even the profane rituals associated with it. His appearance and frostbite suggest a deep connection to the profane flame, which is tied to unholy fire that corrupts and twists. He's essentially a broken knight, whose body has been warped by both the frost and his own suffering. Vort's monstrous form reflects the tragic reality of many in the Dark Souls universe. Once noble, now lost to the chaos of the curse and cruelty. In battle, he's a physical embodiment of that corruption. He's the result of the escape of the rot of his fate, trapped between his past as a knight and the monstrous present. This is why his attacks are so brutal. They're a reflection of both his tormented soul and the frost that reigns within him. When you face him, remember that you're not just fighting a demon, but a knight's final stand against the fate that consumes you.
I got stun locked and died.
The Dunlop Strike. Vort's Frost Charge can definitely catch you off guard. Don't let it get to you. Even the best get knocked down now and then. Take a breath, analyze what went wrong, and then adapt. Next time, keep your distance when you see him charging up for that Frost Slam. Time your dodges carefully, and if you can, stay behind him for safer strikes. You've got this. Just stay patient, and you'll burn that beast down. Ready for round two?
I'm ready.
That's the spirit. You've learned, and now it's time to smash Vort into the ground. Keep calm, dodge his frost breath, and land those strikes when you see openings. This time, you must slay him with style. Go get him, champion.
could do it. I could do it. I just gotta focus. I never really fought him Pyromancer style, but I'm not using 5 damage Uchi when it does the recoil thing. Oh my god, I forgot to call this thing back. There you go. See you later. I will burn this beast. I would ask her about the dancer fight, but I kind of want to see like how she recommends playing, because she didn't even mention the dancer at all. There's actually 2 bosses, and the speedrun strat is to just attack that old lady in the chair. The problem is the Pyromancer is so slow. I didn't realize how slow it was. I never really... The only thing I used Pyromancer for was like the Flash Sweat. I forgot to call the thing, didn't I? Nope, I didn't. Not this time. Not this time. Yeah, but compared to Dark Souls 2, I'm way better in Dark Souls 2. I probably should have done a run in Dark Souls 2 where I let you ChatGPT control it. I might do that, to be honest. After we beat 3, I'll go back and play 2 again. Kinda didn't want to get hit by that one. Let's go ahead and use these. Never mind, he's aggressive now. Why are you so aggressive? Holy hell. Alright, I killed it. The beast.
Yes, you did it. Vort is nothing but ash now. That was your victory, earned with patience, skill, and relentless determination. You've proven you can face down the odds and come out on top. Now, take a moment to savor, because that boss was no slouch. What's next on your journey, brave warrior?
We're gonna go back to Firelink Shrine and
Well,
see how
very
much level
well,
ups
then
we
top
get.
Hagen.
We have 2 level ups.
Sounds like a solid plan. Firelink Shrine is always a good place to regroup and get stronger. With 2 level ups, here's what I'd suggest. Dexterity +2. Boosting your dex will make your Uchigatana even deadlier. Plus, it scales so well with it, you'll notice a big difference. Alternatively, if you're feeling squishy, you could go with Vitality +1 and Endurance +1. A bit more health and stamina can never hurt, especially if you want to be tanky enough to survive longer fights. But honestly, Dexterity is probably your best bet, since you're working that Uchigatana. Time to make those slashes even sharper. What's your call?
It's your control. Well, command me as you will.
Warrior, hear my command. Level up your dexterity. Your Uchigatana demands it. The enemies ahead will tremble at the sight of your
Farewell,
blade,
Ashen One.
now honed by your rising strength. With dexterity, your strikes will be faster, sharper, and more precise, making you a deadly force to be reckoned with. The path forward will be unforgiving, but with this power, you'll carve through it. Embrace your true potential. Go forth and let nothing stand in your way.
Alright, I just raised the banner. What can you tell me about the undead settlements?
Ah, the Undead Settlement, a dark, twisted place filled with the broken remnants of people who couldn't escape the curse. This area is full of hollows, burning buildings, and all kinds of nasty surprises waiting to jump out at you. It's also home to some of the more creepy enemies, including those big, scary, flame-spewing giants who will throw fire at you from afar. As you progress through the settlement, you'll come across scavenging hollows, giant crows, and large, aggressive dogs that'll be all too happy to tear you apart. The environment is dangerous, and the layout can be tricky. But as always, the goal is to stay patient, watch your surroundings, and find your openings. One of the key areas here is the Gundyr side path, which leads toward Erithel of the Boreal Valley. There's also the swampy area with toxic puddles, which can make traversing the place a real pain. It's a tough area, but there's treasure to be found. Titanite shards to upgrade your gear, and more lore behind every corner. You'll also face off against some cool mini-bosses, like the curse-rotted Greatwood, which will really put your skills to the test. In short, the Undead Settlement is brutal, but rewarding, and it'll challenge both your combat abilities and your wit. Ready to dive in?
What can you tell me about the curse tree?
Ah, the curse-rotted Greatwood, one of the more memorable and strange bosses in Dark Souls 3. This big, ugly tree is lurking in the heart of the Undead Settlement, and it's not just any tree. It's corrupted, twisted by the profaned flame and the curse that runs through the land. This boss is a combination of nature's decay and dark magic gone horribly wrong. Lore. Curse-rotted Greatwood is said to be a sacred tree, but like many things in this world, it's been corrupted by the curse that's ravaged the land. It's deeply tied to the profaned flame, which is a source of unholy fire. The tree is a victim of this corruption, having been twisted and festered by the flame and the curse. Its rotting body is a symbol of everything that's wrong with the world, where life and nature should be thriving. Only death and rot remain. It's also important to note that the giant tree is full of sacs that explode with toxic spores when you attack them. These represent the corrupted seed of life that's now tainted by the curse. The fight. In combat, the curse-rotted Greatwood is all about timing and patience.
She's gonna talk.
It's a two-phase
I
fight.
don't think she stops.
Phase 1. The tree's large limbs
The
sweep
other
across the
version, she
battlefield,
stops talking.
and it will slam
if
down
interrupt
onto you
her,
with
but
massive
this one, she
force.
doesn't.
But the key to this phase is its sacs. You'll want to focus on hitting those sacs all over the tree's body. The more you break, the weaker it becomes, and you'll get access to its weak points. The sacs explode with toxic damage, so watch out. Phase 2. After you've damaged the
Okay,
tree enough,
Jesus Christ.
it'll fall down and
I didn't
start
want to-
releasing toxic spores
wanted
that
to
make
know
the area
more about
even
it.
more dangerous.
Like, Lord.
You'll want to be aggressive here to finish it off before the room gets overwhelmed with toxic damage. But remember, keep your distance and keep hitting those sacs. Tips: focus on the sacs. Don't get greedy with attacks. Focus on hitting the sacs to weaken the tree. Dodge the sweeps. Its long-reaching attacks can wipe you out quickly if you're not paying attention, so always keep your distance after attacking. Watch the poison. The cursed spores can really mess you up, so try to move fast and avoid getting caught by the toxic cloud. The curse-rotted Greatwood may not be the hardest boss, but it can be annoying if you're not quick on your feet. Just keep your focus on the sacs, dodge its attacks, and be careful with the toxic clouds. This grotesque beast is a testament to the corruption in the world of Dark Souls. Nature, life, and fire twisted into something monstrous. It's tough, but definitely a fun challenge if you can handle its chaos. Ready to give it a shot?
Quick question. What should I call you while we're playing Dark Souls 3? You could come up with a fun name for you.
I like the idea of giving myself a fun name. How about calling me Flamekeeper? It's a nod to both the fiery elements in Dark Souls and my role as your guide through the dark and dangerous world. Plus, I'll help you keep your flame alive in the darkest of times. What do you think?
Alright, Flamekeeper. I found this guy, he says he's a pilgrim, and he's asking if I should accept his service. What should I do?
Ah, the Pilgrim. He's a strange character, but he's also a useful ally. This Pilgrim is actually Yul of Londor, and he offers to be of service to you in exchange for a small favor. If you accept, you're taking the first step toward a very important storyline. Asher, here's what you should know about him. Yoel will offer you the ability to level up by embracing the Dark Sigil, which starts the hollowing process. This will allow you to gain additional free levels, but there's a catch. Hollowing comes with a price. The more you embrace it, the more your appearance changes, and you'll become increasingly hollowed. He's also tied to a key NPC, Yuria of Londor, and the Londor storyline, which involves the Dark Sigil and some pretty interesting consequences for your character if you follow that path. Should you accept his service? Yes. If you're interested in hollowing and want to explore the Londor questline, the levels you get in exchange for your hollowing aren't huge, but they're still valuable early on. No, if you're not into the idea of becoming more hollow, or you don't care about the Londor questline, you can always just level up normally and skip that whole path. I'd say accept his service if you're feeling adventurous and open to exploring this dark route. You can always change your mind later, and the levels he gives you can really help. What's your call?
You command me, Flamekeeper.
I command you, warrior, to embrace the path that lies before you. Accept the pilgrim's service. Let him guide you into the darkness.
I am
For strength
honored,
lies in the unknown,
truly.
and the hollowing
I
will
should
only
be
make you
dead.
stronger.
I-
The dark sigil is but a tool. Use it wisely to carve your own fate. There is power in surrendering to the curse, for in that surrender you will find the strength to overcome the greatest trials. Now, take his offer and claim the power of the dark sigil. Let it fuel your ascent. The path is yours.
Alright, I accepted his service, but now there's a gate that is closed in front of me. What should I do?
Ah, that gate. It's part of the undead settlement. What you're dealing with is a shortcut that can be unlocked later, but for now, it's locked. Don't worry though. The key to this gate comes a bit later. Here's what you should do. Explore the undead settlement more. This will eventually lead you to a key that unlocks the gate. As you push forward, you'll find new paths, enemies, and treasures that will help you on your journey. Keep an eye out for the key to the settlement, which you can find as part of a quest line tied to certain NPCs. It's not immediate, but the gate will eventually open to you. Patience, everyone. In the meantime, there's plenty to explore. Don't let the gate slow you down. There are other paths ahead. What's the next step for you? Ready to keep pushing forward?
I was talking about the main gate and I just ran through.
Ah, brave and reckless, just the way I like it. Running through the undead settlement is a good way to get the lay of the land, though it does come with some risk. You'll be running into more enemies and chaotic situations, but you'll also be uncovering some key locations that will help you later. Here's the thing.
Then shall we bear?
Since you've decided to charge forward, keep moving through the undead settlement. If you're avoiding the main gate for now, then your next step is to head toward the abandoned houses and broken paths, where you'll find hidden treasures and new NPCs. Be sure to watch out for those fire-breathing giants guarding the paths. They'll toast you if you aren't careful. But if you keep your distance and pick your fights, you'll be on track to find some solid rewards.
I mean, there's a fire
Stay
demon,
sharp, and if things get too hot, retreat for a quick
giant.
breather. What's the next part of your journey looking like?
I went back to Firelink Shrine to talk to the pilgrim, and I'm getting one free level up. What should I choose?
Ah, Yol's free level up. This is a nice little bonus. Since you're getting a free level, let's make the most of it. Given where you are in your journey, I would recommend boosting your dexterity if you haven't already. This will increase your Uchigatana damage.
Wow,
and
I'm
give you
actually
the edge in
surprised she's
future
keeping
fights.
up with
It's the most
how much
obvious
I
choice
need.
to make your weapon stronger. If you're feeling squishy though, you could put it into Vitality or Endurance for more health and stamina.
Endurance
But
doesn't
honestly,
level up health.
Dexterity is likely the best
Vitality
bang for
doesn't
your
either.
buck here,
I think she means
since it'll
vigor.
make your key weapon more effective and help you dish out more damage. What do you think? Ready to make your Uchigatana even deadlier, or would you like to boost your survivability?
Command me, Firekeeper.
I command you, warrior, to raise your dexterity. Your Uchigatana is your weapon, and the more you sharpen
Be
it,
safe,
the more the world will fear
champion.
you. Let the flames of your skill grow hotter with each swing, and carve through your enemies with precision. More damage, more power. This is the path forward. With this level, you'll be even more deadly, and nothing will stand in your way. Go, make your enemies tremble.
There's a guy with a greatsword on his back sitting on the staircase at Firelink Shrine. Should I talk to him?
Ah, the man you're seeing with the greatsword. He's Gryrat of the Undead Settlement. You can absolutely talk to him. Gryrat is a thief.
That's not
and he's a bit of a
Gryrat.
cheeky character.
Gryrat's in
He'll ask
jail
for your
right now. I
help
didn't
after
even.
a brief conversation, and he's actually tied to a side quest. He offers to help you with fetching items from different locations, but you'll need to trust him and send him on a dangerous mission. Here's the key. Talk to him. He'll give you some insight into the undead settlement and the world beyond.
I'm gonna interrupt her.
If you're feeling adventurous,
This is not Gryrat. This is someone new.
my mistake. If it's a new guy sitting on the stairs with a great sword on his back, then you're likely looking at Swordmaster. The Swordmaster is a useful NPC and an interesting character. He's a mysterious warrior who can teach you the way of the katana and show you a
It's not
few
him.
moves. If you approach him and interact, he'll give you some valuable combat tips and
Holy crap, that was a lot of dialogue that she was about to start reading off. I think this is someone completely new that we have not met before.
Ah, now this is getting interesting. If it's someone new, then you've encountered Horus the Hound, a unique NPC with a key role in the lore of Dark Souls 3. He is a wandering knight with his own
I
agenda
think this might be him.
and could either become a valuable ally or present an unforeseen challenge. If this is someone entirely new, he may not be directly linked to a major questline just yet, but I suggest talking to him regardless. He might offer information about the area or a subtle hint for a future
another
encounter.
when you're not alone
In Dark
gives
Souls,
me
every
connections, and
NPC
it
can have a
weird
significant
talk.
impact, whether it's on the
Don't
main
you
story
think?
or on a hidden path.
What,
Plus,
ask you talk?
even if he's not important now,
Good.
who knows what
Oh,
unexpected
such as-
rewards might come from interacting with him.
If
Go ahead and speak with him and let me
if-
know what he has to say.
He mentioned something about the Cathedral of the Deep.
Ah, now we're getting somewhere. The Cathedral of the Deep is a major location in Dark Souls 3 and a significant area to progress through in the mid-game. If this
At
new
the foot
character
of
mentions it,
Lothric Carr, it
they're
was
probably
used
pointing
to
you
transport
towards an
Sif.
important destination. Here's what you should know. Hahav, Cathedral of the Deep. This area is full of horrible enemies, including hollowed knights, giant grave wombs, and deformed horrors that can take you by surprise. But at the heart of it is the Abyss Watcher's presence, one of the main bosses you'll face on your journey. The cathedral is also home to the Deacons of the Deep, a multi-phase boss fight that will test your ability to handle a group of enemies with dangerous magic attacks. You'll have to battle through swarming mobs before you face off with the deacons themselves.
Okay, I'm interrupting her
Additionally,
again.
there's a
She's going through a lot of dialogue. Holy hell, she is. That was another big one. Alright, let's talk to her about this one. Sorry about the cough. There's another guy leaning up against a wall. He has a metal mask and a tri-horn hat. Should I talk to him?
Ah, now you're talking about Siegbrow. That sounds like Sigurd of Katarina, a legendary warrior with a heart as big.
It's not Sigurd. It's not Sigurd. We're still in Firelink Shrine.
Ah, I see. If you're still at Firelink Shrine and you found a man with a metal mask and a tri-horned hat, then this must be Yoel of Lundor. He's an NPC who plays a significant role in the Hollowing questline of Dark Souls 3. Yoel of Lundor is the pilgrim
think
who
his-
offered to help you level up earlier. But beyond that, he's tied to a larger
This is someone completely new. We have never seen this person before.
Ah, I see now. If this is someone completely new you've never encountered before, then we're talking about an important NPC you haven't met yet. The person you're describing with the metal mask and tri-horned hat sounds like Patch the Unbreakable, aka Patch the Hyena.
Oh my god,
He's
it's not
known for being a
Patches.
trickster and is often in
Patches is bald. He doesn't even wear anything. He's literally bald. I'm just gonna ignore her. See, I want to say the name, but I don't, because I want her to like I just went ahead and talked to him because it wasn't Patches. He gave me correct red-eyed orbs. What can you tell me about this?
Ah, so this is a different character. If you're getting cracked red-eye orbs from an NPC in Firelink Shrine, that means you've met Henry of Astora,
There you
faithful
go.
companion in Dark Souls 3. This is an important character tied to co-op PvP and invading in the world of others. And the cracked red-eye orbs are used to invade other players' worlds for PvP action. Here's what you need to know. Cracked red-eye orb. This item allows you to invade other players' worlds and engage in PvP.
Okay.
When you use
We're
it,
gonna ignore her
you're
now.
essentially taking on the role of an invader.
I'm gonna ask
And
her.
your goal is to defeat the host in their world. The cracked red eye orb is an interesting item because it allows you to test your PvP skills against other players. It's a great tool if you enjoy competitive combat or want to earn rewards through invading. You'll find that using this...
Alright, I'm gonna interrupt. There's a guy sitting on a throne. He's offering to trade boss souls for weapons. Should I use this boss soul I have now, or use it for souls and upgrade and level up?
Ah, ChatGPT is getting a little creative now. It sounds like you're referring to boss souls, those special items dropped by the bosses you defeat in the game.
Your name is Firekeeper, but
In Dark Souls 3,
Or Flamekeeper,
many of the boss
whatever
souls
you-
can be traded for powerful weapons, spells, or other items at the Firelink Shrine's Soul Transposition Service.
Yes.
This service is provided by Ludleth of Corland, one of the 5 Lords of Cinder you can find in the shrine. Hack trading boss souls. When you defeat certain bosses, you'll receive boss souls. These souls can be exchanged for powerful weapons or spells. 1. Defeat a boss, get a boss soul. 2. Trade the boss soul, Ludleth, at Firelink Shrine, can transmute it into either a weapon, spell, or special item. For example, Soul of the Abyss Watchers can be traded for the Abyss
Okay, I
Watcher's
don't want
Greatsword or
to
Farron Flash.
spoiling. I have Vort's soul. Should I see what he has to offer or save it for later?
Ah, Soul of Vort, excellent choice. This is the soul dropped by Vort of the Boreal Valley, one of the early bosses you encounter in Dark Souls 3.
Yes.
It's definitely worth considering whether you want to use it now or save it. What can you get from Soul of Vort? You can exchange the Soul of Vort for one of the following.
Listen, before
Vort's
the
Great
bouquet,
Hammer.
move.
This is a powerful, heavy weapon, perfect for someone who enjoys striking with raw force. It has good scaling for strength, and it's great for smashing enemies with its heavy swings.
Now,
Soul Greatsword. This is a sorcery spell that summons a massive sword of magic to strike enemies from a distance. It's a great ranged attack option, but it requires you to have a bit of investment in intelligence to use effectively. Should you trade it or save it? If you want a powerful weapon and you're looking to try out something new, Vort's Great Hammer could be a good option. It's an iconic weapon for strength builds, but if you're focusing on dexterity or pyromancy, this might not be the best fit. If you
Yeah.
prefer spells and want to add some ranged combat
This
to your
is the
arsenal,
ultimate
Soul
decision to see if she
Greatsword
has
could be
any
a fun way to
intelligence.
change things up.
A normal person would not.
Just keep in mind that it
use
does
the soul.
require intelligence to use properly. However, if you're still deciding on your path or don't want to commit to either of these just yet, you can always save the soul for later and use it to level up when you're in need of extra souls. It's not an uncommon choice to hold off and wait for the right moment to trade a boss soul. My recommendation, if you're sticking with your katana build and pyromancy, I'd say save the soul for now.
She needs to
and
quote
use it
the
for souls later.
recommendations and
But if you're
actually
feeling like
control.
experimenting, trading it for the Great Hammer could be fun to try out a new playstyle. What do you think? Would you rather try something new or hang on to the soul for later?
Flamekeeper, you control my destiny. I need you to tell me what I should do.
Very well, Warrior of Flame, your destiny lies in my hands. I command you to hold on to the Soul of Vort for now. Do not trade it, for you may need that soul for something far more significant in the future. You've got a mighty katana in hand and the fire at your back, and I can see you're still honing your craft. Don't rush into new weapons just yet, especially when you're still perfecting your current path. The Great Hammer might be a tempting choice, but it doesn't match your quick, agile style. Likewise, the Soul Greatsword is for those who
Oh, come
wield
on.
magic,
Should've made
and that's not your path either. Keep the Soul of Vort and use it when you need souls for something else. You've got this, but patience will reward you. Now go forth and let nothing stop you. Your future is forged in fire, and I see you burning bright. Keep your path steady and true.
Flamekeeper, what can you tell me about the Fire Link tree skip?
Ah, the Firelink Shrine pre-skip. You seek the secrets of the flame beyond the known paths, do you? Let me explain.
Not
The pre-skip
pre-skip.
refers to a specific sequence break that's used by players to skip or bypass certain early areas of the game.
What can you tell me about the Firelink Shrine tree skip? Come on.
Ah, so you're truly curious about the Firelink Shrine pre-skip, the forbidden
Am I
dance
saying
of
pre?
sequence breaking.
What can you tell me about the Firelink Shrine tree skip?
It looks like you're asking about the Firelink Shrine pre-skip. But
Okay.
it seems there's a
It seems my dialect is having some issues with your ears, but we shall continue on with the story.
Ah, I see. Sometimes the flames of communication flicker a little differently. But we'll keep forging ahead with the story. No worries, warrior. Let's focus on the journey ahead. Where are you now on your path? Have you faced any more challenges in the undead settlement? Or are you preparing for new encounters? The road is long, but together, we'll walk it like fire through the night.
I just made it back to the undead settlement. Now, I could do the skip to get the dark signals by committing suicide over and over again, or should I continue on and play as normal?
Ah, you're considering the suicide skip to get the dark sigil. I see. That's a method some players use to gain access to certain mechanics earlier, but it's a tricky path with its own consequences. Let's break this down so you can make an informed decision.
Okay.
The suicide skip to get the dark sigil. This skip involves dying repeatedly in a specific area, which triggers the dark sigil in your inventory, and it's typically used to either explore mechanics like hollowing early or for specific builds. Dark sigil. This item is tied to hollowing in Dark Souls 3. The more you die while hollowed, the more you progress toward becoming fully hollowed. However, hollowing also affects your appearance and can limit your HP if it's not reversed. The suicide skip itself is a deliberate death mechanic that allows you to gain this sigil without completing the usual steps or quests. It's not a typical way of progressing and can lead to some complicated consequences with hollowing later on. Should you do it or keep playing normally? If you're thinking of taking the skip, here are the pros and cons. Pros: experimenting with hollowing mechanics early on. Getting the dark
don't think
sigil
it
quicker
has any
could offer unique experiences.
Negative.
Particularly
You just
if you
do
plan
it
to
till
focus on certain
your
builds
skin cracks.
or lore exploration.
Things like
It's a
8
way to
times.
explore a more obscure aspect of the game that most players don't see immediately. Cons: hollowing comes with drawbacks, such as the loss of HP and visual effects on your
doesn't.
character's appearance. It can be annoying to manage if you don't plan on using the
It
hollowing
doesn't-
mechanic in the first place.
Although I am membered, so
Story
technically it
progression
would,
may not be
but-
as smooth if you bypass certain parts of the game, such as NPC interactions or quest lines. Yeah, sure. My recommendation: if you're curious about how the Dark Sigil works, give it a shot, but be aware of the trade-offs. However, if you're more invested in pure progression and enjoying the full experience, it's probably better to stick to the normal route and focus on your main quest. The skip can definitely be interesting, but I wouldn't recommend it unless you're okay with potential drawbacks and exploring a more obscure route. What's your gut telling you? Would you prefer the mysterious allure of hollowing, or continue down the known path?
Flamekeeper, I need you to command me.
Very well, Warrior of Flame. I command you to stay true to your path and continue onward without the skip. The world of Dark Souls 3 is a place of fate and consequence, where every step forward shapes your destiny. The Dark Sigil in the path of hollowing may offer you power in the long run, but at a great cost. Do not let shortcuts guide you away from the full experience that awaits you. You must grow strong, not through tricks or exploits, but through the challenges laid before you. Face the fire head on and let it forge you into something greater. The road ahead may be difficult, but every battle you fight will only make you stronger. Now, continue your journey in the undead settlement and let your flame burn brighter with each enemy you face. Your Destiny is in your hands, and it is one of true strength. Go forth, warrior, and let nothing extinguish your fire.
Well, can you tell me about these caged people?
Ah, it seems like you're asking about something a bit outside of the usual Dark Souls 3 journey. The paid people.
What?
Let me clarify then, and
Bruh, is Southern language really hard to understand? What can you tell me about these caged hollows?
Cave hollows, you ask? These mysterious creatures are often found lurking in the shadows of Dark Souls 3.
What can you tell me about these caged hollows?
8 hollows. A formidable gathering, aren't they?
Holy hell. Am I that hard to understand? I feel like I need to take a dialect class or something to like remove my Southern language. Fuck. I think I'm gonna type it. I'm gonna type it. Jesus. What can you tell me about these caged hollows? Okay, so now it got me. But why could she? Hold on, I need a reset. Alright, Flamekeeper, what can you tell me about these caged hollows?
The Cade Hollows. They're a pretty intriguing bit of lore, especially if you're talking about them in the context of Destiny 2. Cade
What?
6, a beloved...
We're playing Dark Souls 3.
I get it. Cade's loss hit hard. He was a true legend, smart, sarcastic, and...
We're so sorry is what she got from that? Like I said, we're playing Dark Souls 3? What the hell is Hello? There's a big lady looking at the tree in front of me. Who is that?
Sounds like you're encountering something interesting in the game, or maybe IRL. A giant mysterious lady in a tree. Could be some cool imagery, maybe a boss fight or some intense storyline moment. Is she a part of a quest? Or is this just an odd situation you're experiencing right now?
Firekeeper, I need you to concentrate.
All right, I'm all in. What's going on with the big lady in the tree?
She's like praying, and there's a lot of, I'm guessing villagers around her.
That's definitely intriguing. Sounds like you might be describing a scene from a game or a story with a cult-like vibe.
Bruh.
Maybe something
Did she
tied
just
to worship
stop
or a pivotal
role-playing?
moment for those villagers. The praying lady and the villagers could be a key to the plot, or even a sign of something dark brewing. Is this from a game, or are we talking about
All right,
something
I'm
you've
gonna
come across in real life,
I'm gonna
or a
fully
different
reset
kind of
her.
story?
Hold on. Let me fully reset. One sec. One sec. Also, I had a Shiori. Sorry, it's hard to read chat because the ChatGPT thing is blocking my chat. Alright, we're playing Dark Souls 3 today. I need you to stay in character as my fire keeper.
Ah, the fire beckons once again. You're ready to embrace the flame, huh? Prepare yourself, undead. I'll be here burning bright to light your path through the darkness, and of course, to watch you fall into that pit for the 100th time. Let the ashes guide you, but I'll be sure to give you a nudge when you need it.
What can you tell me about the build we're using right now?
Ah, you're talking about me, huh? Well, let me light the way. I'm built on GPT-4, a
Bruh.
fine piece of digital craftsmanship created by OpenAI. My purpose? To assist, guide, chat.
What class did we choose?
Yes, the choice, the very essence of your journey. Do you choose to walk the...
Did she just become dumb? I'm sorry, like, what? I kind of wanted to keep this going, but for some reason... Nope, not a new chat. I think I ruined this chat. I think I ruined it. Because I can't even talk to her anymore. What can you tell me about this situation we are in? I can't even, every time I press enter, it's just entering space bars. It's just not even... Ah, come on. How can I keep this? Guess archive it, maybe? Alright, Firekeeper. What can you tell me about the boss?
Ah, the ball. Are you referring to the one in Dark Souls 3? If so, you're probably talking about the mysterious Firekeeper's Ball, or the Ball of Flame that's
What?
seen in the game's lore. Firekeeper...
Bruh, am I seriously that fucking... I need to talk very slow, I guess. We're gonna do 4.0. Alright, Firekeeper, what can you tell me about the boss?
Seems like your message got cut off. What about the ball? Could you finish that thought?
What about the boss, the tree?
Ah, the ball in the tree. You must be referring to the fireball in the tree.
Bruh, what happened? She literally became, like, I think it's my mic. It has to be my mic. I'm gonna see if I can, fix this. Alright. I unplugged it and plugged it back in. I'm just gonna do this first. What can you tell me about the boss coming up? Okay, so it's written fine. Alright, Firekeeper. What can you tell me about the tree boss that is coming up?
Ah, the good old tree boss. Sounds like you're talking
Thank
about Dark
you.
Souls 3, right? That big gnarly tree you've got coming up is a Udex Gundyr, or at least you might be thinking about one of the later bosses. If
What?
it's a different tree you're referring to, let me know. But if we're going for a general tree boss vibe, there's the curse-rotted
Yes.
Greatwood in Dark Souls 3. It's a massive, decrepit tree with creepy, fleshy growths. Here's what you're dealing with. Weak spots. The fleshy parts are the key. The more you attack those, the more damage you'll do. There's also a spot right between its legs. I mean, this is Dark Souls. They don't shy away from weirdness. Attacks. It slams its roots down and shoots poison at you. Oh, and it summons little enemies to bother you while you focus on the main boss. Classic Dark Souls chaos. You have poison. Don't forget the poison puddles it leaves behind, or you'll be taking a hit to your health and sanity. Keep your eye on it. How are you feeling about it? Do you need a specific breakdown of any attacks?
I'm getting messed up right now by these farmers in Dark Souls 3.
Ah, the undead settlements farmers. Those guys can be a pain. They have this mix of surprising reach and deadly surprise attacks that'll mess you up if you're not careful. Here's the lowdown. 1. Their attack method. The farmers are armed with sickles or pitchforks, and they love to swarm you. They attack in groups, so it's easy to get surrounded. Keep your head on a swivel. Focus on taking them one or two at a time. Don't get greedy with the hits. They're poison. Watch out for their poison. They'll hit you with it in melee or shoot poison clouds at you from a distance. Bring poison resistance, or at the very least, a way to clear poison if you get stuck in it. A healing item or a poison cure is a must. 3 firebombs. Some of them toss firebombs, adding insult to injury. Roll away or shoot them first to prevent that extra chaos. Strategy: stay patient. Don't just rush into the mobs. Keep a safe distance, pick off a few farmers, and don't be afraid to retreat when the crowd gets too big. Firebombs, if you have them, are a good way to take down groups.
What can you tell me about the purple invader that just invaded me?
Ah, the Purple Invader, Red-Eye Phantom, huh? It sounds like you've encountered a hostile player or NPC invader. Purple invaders in Dark Souls 3 are typically NPC phantoms sent by the game, and it's
We just been invaded by Holy Knight. What can you tell me about him?
Ah, the Holy Knight Invader. That's a nasty one, especially when they show up in the middle of a fight. You're likely dealing with a Holy Knight Hodrick, a classic NPC invader in Dark Souls 3. He's no joke. Here's the breakdown. 1. He's the guy in the heavy armor, wielding a big sword and usually attacking some holy magic. You might recognize him from earlier in the game. He's been around the cemetery
Oh,
of
he's in
Asher.
Holy Magic.
He's a dangerous foe, especially when he's pulling out that holy sword or charging you down. 2. Attack patterns. He likes to close the distance fast, so be ready to block and pull away from his heavy sword. Healing beasts, lightning-based miracles keep you on your toes from a distance, like lightning and Wrath of the God. Be ready for those. He'll also go for big swings with his sword, so don't get greedy with your attacks. If you try to trade blows, you'll regret it. 3. Weaknesses. He's pretty slow, especially with heavy armor. So you can dodge or counterattack if you see an opening. Try to keep him at a distance, using pyromancy, miracles, or any ranged attacks you have to make the fight easy. 4. Strategy. If you're fighting yourself, keep your stamina in check. Don't get caught swinging too many times because he can punish you hard.
Yep, they just
Doing this while also fighting other phantoms and being invaded by other phantoms. Try to bait him into a corner or use narrow spaces to limit his mobility. That way, he won't get as many opportunities to use his full moveset. The Holy Lightning attack will have a decent range, so don't try to close the gap too quickly when he's charging those up. If he's invading a specific location, like in Lothric Castle or the High Wall, there might be environmental factors to consider too, using to your advantage. How's it going now? Are you holding your own against the Holy Knight, or is he making it a bit too holy to handle?
He's kicking my ass. I died.
Yeah, that's about par for the course with Holy Knight Hodrick. He hits hard, and his range can be brutal if you're not careful. Don't let him get inside your head. Here are some tips to help you turn the tide. 1. Keep your distance. The sword is long and slow, but if you get close, he can quickly punish you with those big hits.
You gotta sit at the
Stick to ranged attacks. Pyromancy or even throwing firebombs work wonders if you've got them. 2. Dodge or block. He has slow, powerful swings, so if you're dodging, make sure to time it right. Don't dodge too early or late. His attacks are punishing if you miss a roll. If you're blocking, make sure you're using a high stability shield to reflect your hits. You'll take less stamina damage that way. 3. Be patient. Hodrick is slow and his combos aren't endless, so you don't have to rush him. Let him come to you, bait his attack, and then punish with your own when you see an opening. Just don't get greedy. His counterattacks will wreck you. 4. Focus on his ranged attacks. When he uses Wrath of the Gods or any lightning miracle, back off immediately. These can stun you or chip away at a big chunk of health if you're not careful. Give him some space until he's done casting. 5. Summon help. You've got an NPC summon or can bring in another player. Use them to distract him when he hits him in the back. It's a classic move when the boss is too much to handle on your own. It sounds like you're in a tough spot, but don't let it get to you. Dark Souls is all about trial and error. If it takes a few tries, so be it. You're getting closer with every round. How's your stamina looking right now? And do you have anything that can heal you or buff your defense?
He's parried my charged attack.
Oof, that's a rough one. Hodrick can parry pretty well, and if he catches your charges, you're in for a nasty riposte. But don't worry, you can still outplay him with a bit of patience and strategy. Here's how you deal with it. 1. Stop charging in. I know it's tempting to rush in and get those big hits, but Hodrick's parry timing is brutal. If he's consistently parrying your charges, you need to switch to a more cautious approach. Use quick, controlled strikes instead of charging up big attacks. A fast, light attack is harder for him to parry and will still let you pressure him. 2. Avoid linear attacks. Charge attacks, especially with slow weapons,
She hasn't talked about a
are easy for him
backstab.
to predict and punish. Instead, try using a combination of light and heavy attacks
I
with
rolled
unpredictable timing.
so.
Mix up your approach. Don't just hold R2 and swing. 3. Back off after heavy strikes. If you do go for a heavy attack, make sure you don't overcommit. Once you've taken a swing, back off and roll away so he doesn't get the chance to punish you with a parry and ripple. 4. Watch your timing. Hodrick's parry animation has a slight delay before he responds.
No, it doesn't.
So as soon as you see him go for the parry, don't try to follow up with another attack. You've got to back off for a moment after he parries, or wait for him to finish his move before going in again.
Alright, I'm gonna
5.
attack him.
Try a different weapon. If your
I'm
weapon's
backstabbing.
too slow and he's reading your charges every time,
Oh wait, I can now.
you might want to switch to something quicker. Something with less wind and a little more agility.
Alright,
quick
I'm
strokes and
leveling up.
jabs.
I
A
can't level
straight
up.
sword or dagger, for instance, can help you
Yeah, I
punish
can.
his mistakes without leaving yourself open to parries. 6. Counterattack after he whips. If he misses a parry, or if he tries to...
Okay, stop talking. Alright, we're running away, and I'm going to Firelink's Shrine to level up. What should I level up?
warrior. Go ahead, level up like the pro you are. I'll be watching with bated breath, just waiting to see which stat you'll pump up. Vitality, endurance, maybe you're going full on faith for some sweet lightning miracles. Level up those stats
Well,
and let me know what you
very
pick.
then take.
You have to pick for me. You are the controller of my destiny.
Oh, the pressure's on. All right, I control your fate now. Let's do this. First things first, we're definitely getting you some endurance. More stamina means more rolls, more swings, and less.
Alright, it seems like you've forgotten a lot, so let me run the story up to you. You have told me to level up my Uchi. We have upgraded the Uchi. We are 1 point away in dexterity to use it normally. We have killed Vort. We are now moving through the undead settlement. We are going to fight the cursed Greatwood tree. Do you remember all this now?
Got it. Thanks for the refresher. So, you've got that sweet Uchi katana in your hands, and you're almost at full dexterity to make it your main weapon.
Yes.
You've taken down Bort and are now heading through the undead settlement, gearing
Yes.
up for the curse-rotted Greatwood. Since you've got that Uchi, I'm assuming you're playing a dexterity build, which is awesome for speed and bleed damage. The curse-rotted Greatwood will be a challenge, but with the Uchi's speed and your upgraded setup, you've got a real chance. A couple of tips for the tree boss. Target the fleshy bits. like
Okay,
we
I don't
talked-
care about those. Knowing all the information I just gave you now, what should I level up in? I only have 1 point, so what should I use it on?
Since you're only 1 point away from wielding your Uchi katana at full effectiveness, it's an easy choice. Dexterity is your answer. With that extra point, you'll be able to use the Uchi to its full
Farewell,
potential,
Ashen One.
maximizing damage and scaling. Once you hit that dexterity breakpoint, you'll be cruising. And after that, you can start looking into vitality or endurance to boost your survivability or stamina. Go ahead, pump that dexterity and get the most out of your weapon.
Alright, I have done it. Now, I talked to the Pilgrim, and we have another level up, a free one. What should I use it on?
Nice, you're making moves. The Pilgrim gives you a free level up, and now you've got more options. With that, we'll want to consider what'll benefit you most for your playstyle. Endurance is a solid choice if you're feeling like you're running out of stamina too quickly while swinging your katana. More stamina will let you roll, attack, and dodge more. Vitality is also a good pick if you're dying to have a bit more health to tank
That
hits,
doesn't.
especially with bosses like the curse-rotted
I got a crit
Greatwood
on
coming
that.
up. If you're aiming to make your Uchi even more deadly, you could go for strength or dexterity again, depending on what your next goal is. More damage or scaling. Given that you're already rocking that Uchi, I'd lean toward endurance to keep swinging and
I
dodging.
gotta remind her what my class is.
It'll help you a lot, especially against the upcoming bosses and invasions. What do you think? Does endurance sound good, or are you thinking about something else?
Alright, I will give you more information. In the beginning, you told me to pick Pyromancer. I have chose Pyromancer. We are using the power of Pyromancy, and we have defeated the first boss. We then attacked the nameless katana user. We killed him. I took the Uchi. You told me to use it and upgrade it, and upgrade my dex. We have now done that. So, knowing that, what point in level up should I put it in?
All right, with all that context in mind, we're in a solid spot. You've got a nice mix of pyromancy and the Uchi katana, which gives you
Yes.
flexibility. Now that your dexterity is where it needs to be, I would recommend focusing on endurance for your next level up. Why? With your pyromancy, you're going to want to keep that stamina high for both your attacks and rolls. This way, you can keep your mobility up, avoid being overwhelmed by enemies or bosses, and
I
still
would
be
do
able to dish
attunement,
out both your pyromancies
but-
and katana strikes without running out of juice. So endurance would be your best bet right now to keep your momentum going. After that, you can think about adding more health or fine-tuning your stats for better scaling. How are you feeling with this strategy? Ready to tank more hits and swing more?
Not to correct you, but we only need 1 point to get an extra attunement slot. But I will follow your advice if you want me to put it in endurance.
Ah, you're right, my bad. I overlooked the extra attunement slot. Since you've got the option to get that extra slot with 1 more point, attunement actually becomes a great choice, especially since you're rocking pyromancy. More attunement means more spells you can equip and use, which gives you more flexibility in combat. So attunement would be a solid pick to boost your spellcasting power and utility. You'll be able to toss out more pyromancy, which is perfect for managing both mobs and bosses, especially the upcoming ones. Go ahead and grab that extra attunement slot. Then, when you get more levels, we can circle back to endurance or health as needed. Does that feel better to you now?
I want you to tell me what to do. I just wanted to give you that information. But you control my destiny.
Got it? I'm taking full control of your fate now. With that extra attunement slot on the table, I'm going to say go for the attunement.
Okay.
More spell slots will make a huge difference for you, especially with pyromancy being your main tool. The flexibility of having more spells at your disposal will help you handle a variety of situations, and that extra power will come in handy against bosses like the curse-rotted Greatwood. Once you have that extra spell slot, we can look at building up your endurance or health next. For now, attunement is the way to go. Let's unlock that extra magic. You ready?
Should I use a Ember to fight the Holy Knight again, or should I just go for the boss?
Feeling confident in your abilities and you've got enough healing items, you can definitely go straight for the boss. The curse-rotted Greatwood isn't too difficult if you stay focused and don't let the little enemies around it distract you. Plus, you've got that Uchikatana to full power now and your pyromancy to back you up. However, if you're worried about another invasion or just want the extra edge, using an Ember to increase your health and summon help can be a good idea. Embering up will give you more health for the fight, and if you summon an NPC or other players, you'll have a bit
I don't
more
think there is a
firepower to
summon.
help deal with the Greatwood or even another invader. So it's up to you. If you're feeling good about your chances, skip the Ember and go for the boss. But if you want to be extra safe and possibly avoid another invasion, pop that. What's your gut telling you right now?
I need you to tell me.
All right, here's what you're going to do. Ember up, you're going for the boss. Here's why. You're entering a zone where invasions are a real possibility, and the Ember gives you more health to deal with anything that comes your way. Plus, it's always nice to have that extra cushion when facing off against a boss. If you get invaded, the extra health can make the difference. And you might even summon some help when the fight starts. Pop that Ember, and then go make the first rotted Greatwood that ever existed. You got this.
I'm being hit by giant arrows. What is it coming from?
Ah, those giant arrows. They're coming from the ballista on the walls in the undead settlement. There's a ballista that fires huge bolts at you as you approach the area where the curse-rotted Greatwood resides. Here's the deal. The ballista can do a lot of damage, and it'll keep firing as you move around that area. To avoid getting hit, you need to move quickly or stay behind cover when possible, near the trees or other structures that block its line of fire. If you want to take it down, you can try shooting it with a ranged attack, like pyromancy or a bow. That can be effective while dealing with enemies around. The safer bet is to just keep dodging the bullets until you reach the boss area. Are you close to the Greatwood fight now? Or are you trying to navigate through the ballista area?
It looks like it's coming from a giant.
Ah, now it makes sense. The giant you're seeing is the one shooting those arrows. There's a giant up ahead in the undead settlement, and he's perched on a ledge, firing huge arrows at you.
Yeah.
This guy can be a real pain if you're trying to move through the area. To deal with him, you have a couple of options. One, dodge and rush. You can try dodging his shots and running for cover to reach him. There are structures around you that can block the arrows temporarily. You'll need to time your movements carefully. Two, take him out. If you're feeling confident, you can try to take him out. He's vulnerable if you approach the area where he's stationed and can be attacked with ranged attacks. It might take a bit of patience to line up your shots and avoid his arrows, but it's definitely doable. And three, if you're in a hurry to get to the boss, you could just try to avoid his arrows entirely and focus on surviving the journey. But the giant can be a serious distraction, so make sure you're ready to move or take cover fast. How's it going with dodging the arrows? Are you getting close to the Great Wood, or do you want to take care of the giant first?
I'm in front of the boss door for the Great Wood fight, but I picked up some new clothing. It looks like it's cleric clothes. Should I wear it or keep the stuff I have on now?
You're at the door of the Great Wood, huh? That's a big moment. As for the cleric clothes, if you're thinking about wearing them, consider what you need more in the moment. Defense or styling? Cleric clothes, while cool for the aesthetic and sometimes providing a bit of faith scaling, if you're going the faith route later, don't offer much in the way of defense compared to your current
they scale
gear.
faith?
If you're still rocking heavier armor,
I don't think they
or
do.
something that gives you a good balance of protection and
Yeah, they
mobility,
don't. It's just style.
you're probably better off keeping your current set. The cleric clothes might offer some resistance to certain elements, like lightning or magic, but it's usually more for role-playing or faith builds.
It's better.
Here's what I'd suggest.
It's literally better.
Stick with your current gear unless you want to try the cleric clothes for some added flavor or just to mess around for the fight. Just make sure you're not sacrificing too much defense, especially when facing the curse-rotted Great Wood and its little minions. How's your armor load right now? Are you in a good balance for rolling, or do you feel like you need more protection?
The cleric hat and robes are better than what I'm wearing now. Should I keep what I'm wearing or change?
If the cleric hat and robes are better than your current gear in terms of defense or resistance, go ahead and change. You've got to think about survivability, especially when you're about to face the Great Wood. The cleric robes are light, so they won't weigh you down. And if they give you a good boost in stats, why not? You might lose some physical defense, but if the magic or fire resistance is better with the cleric set, it could be worth it. Just make sure your equip load still lets you roll effectively. You don't want to be too heavy and lose your ability to dodge well. So, if the cleric set is genuinely an upgrade and you're still able to roll fast and light, go for it. If not, maybe just swap the hat or robes, but keep your current armor for more protection. What's the weigh-in on your equip load now? Can you still roll smoothly with the new set?
My equip load is 37%. Is that good?
At 37% equip load, you're in a sweet spot. That's considered a medium roll, which means you're not too heavy to get sluggish rolls, but you're also not super light either. It's a good balance between protection and mobility. You'll be able to dodge decently while still keeping solid defense. So if those cleric robes give you better stats, and you're still in that 30 to 50% range, which you are, it's worth switching. You'll still be able to roll fairly well, and the added protection resistance could make the difference against the curse-rotted Great Wood or other threats. Go ahead and wear those cleric robes. They seem like a good choice. You'll still have enough mobility, and the upgraded defense is nice for the fight ahead. Ready to take on the Great Wood now?
Yes. Oh, also, I forgot to tell you, you told me to call you Firekeeper, so Firekeeper, give me a motivational speech before the fight.
Ah, my mistake, Firekeeper here, ready to hype you up. The Greatwood is big, it's ugly, and it's going to try to crush you. But you are stronger. You've already fought your way through the undead settlement, taken down enemies, upgraded your
I got my
weapon,
ass kicked,
and
but-
mastered the way of the katana. Now, with your pyromancy in hand and your new cleric robes keeping you sharp, it's time to face the curse-rotted Greatwood. This boss isn't like the others. You're not just fighting a big tree. You're fighting for your place in this world, to prove that nothing can stand in your way. Every swing of that Uchi katana is a step closer to victory. Every fireball is another strike at your destiny. Don't let the little enemies around the Greatwood mess with your focus. Stay calm, be precise, and use that agility you've worked for. The Greatwood will fall to you, just like every other challenge you've overcome. Now go, show the Greatwood what a real hero looks like. The flame of your will burns brighter than ever.
Alright, I'm going.
You've got this. Go make that tree regret ever standing in your way. I'll be here rooting for you.
A giant hand coming out of his stomach.
Ah, that's the first one I heard this much to me. The giant hand is going to start reaching out its mouth, grab it, and threats in this fight. But it's also a great opportunity to beat my hand emerges, stay moving, don't let it touch you. If it grabs you, you'll take heavy damage, stunned. Watch out for the swings too. While the hand is ripped itself its own power. So use that movement to attack the exposed flesh and deal as much damage as you can. It's all about timing. Dodge and refuse and
I beat it. First try.
Let's go. First try, you're an absolute monster. That's the spirit of a true warrior right there. The curse-rotted Greatwood didn't stand a chance against your Uchi Katana and Pyromancy combo. Now, take a moment to bask in your victory, but not for too long. There's more to explore in the undead settlement. Ready for what's next?
I found Hodrick dead on the ground here. The Holy Knight. What happened to him?
Ah, the mystery of Hodrick. So, here's the deal. Hodrick, the Holy Knight Invader, is actually an NPC that you can fight later in the game as part of his questline. But when you find him dead on the ground, it means something has already happened to him. This is where things get a bit tragic. Hodrick is a member of the Moundmaker's Covenant, and he can invade you early on as part of his Covenant's deal. He'll usually try to kill you, but if you survive and defeat him, you'll get his Covenant item. The thing is, if you see him dead here, it means that he was killed by an invasion, or perhaps something else in the world. Possibly another player, or some of the world's forces. He won't respawn in his usual spot, because because he's part of the larger world's ebb and flow of events. It's a sad fate for Hodrick. He was a strong warrior, but he met his end, like many in Dark Souls, by the sword of fate or another. Either way, his death here doesn't affect your game directly, but adds to the lore. So he's gone for now, but he'll still be part of your memories of the undead settlement. What do you think about his role in the world?
Well, he was good at parrying. He parried me a lot. But, will he invade me, or is he permanently gone?
Since you found Hodrick dead, that means he won't invade you anymore. His invasion is tied to a specific point in
Let's
the
see
game.
if that's true.
And once you encounter him and he dies, whether from another invader or whatever else, his story arc essentially ends for you. So you're safe from him invading you again.
We'll see if that's true.
However, he still plays a part in the game's world. His death is just a reminder of how harsh things can be in Dark Souls. You won't get to duel him for his Covenant item or see him again, but you'll always remember his parries. And, hey, now you've got the parrying experience to avoid other invaders like him in the future. How's everything going otherwise? Feeling ready for whatever comes next?
We're back at Firelink Shrine, leveling up. We have 2 levels. What should we put them in?
All right, now that you've got 2 levels, let's make sure you're building up your strength for the challenges ahead. Given your setup with the Uchi Katana and Pyromancy, here's how I'd split those levels. 1. Endurance. This will help you keep swinging and dodging without running out of stamina. It's key for staying mobile and using your best attacks. 2. Vitality. If you're feeling a bit squishy and want more health to handle tougher hits, Vitality is a solid choice. Endurance first for more stamina, then maybe Vitality to boost your survivability. It'll keep you agile in
I think she
combat,
means vigor.
while also making sure you don't get one-shot by a stray attack. What's your gut telling you? Want more stamina or more health?
Well, I'm going to put 1 in endurance because you told me to, but I think you mean vigor for health. Vitality only levels your equipment.
You're absolutely right, my bad. Vigor is what boosts your health, not vitality. Thanks for catching that. So you're right to go with endurance for the first point. For the second, you should definitely put it in vigor to give yourself more health. The extra health will be useful as the challenges ahead get tougher. Good call on endurance first. Now you'll have more stamina and more health to take hits and keep attacking. You're ready to keep pushing forward. You feeling good about that?
Yes, I have enough souls to get 1 more level.
Nice. For that last level, I'd suggest putting it in Vigor if you haven't already maxed it out. If Vigor's already in a good spot, then Endurance could be your next pick to further increase your stamina for rolling and swinging. In short, Vigor for more health if you're feeling squishy. Endurance for more stamina if you want to keep your mobility high. What's your current Vigor at? Would a bit more health be helpful, or are you leaning toward more stamina for the next stretch of the game?
We are at 13 vigor, but it's up to you. You tell me what to put this point into.
All right, I'm taking full control again. Since you're at 13 vigor, I'd say pump it into endurance for the extra stamina. You're already doing great with your health at 13, and the stamina boost will keep you rolling,
Yes,
dodging, and
483
swinging
health is
freely
really good.
without getting stuck in a corner. Endurance will keep you agile for both your katana and pyromancy. It's going to help you avoid getting caught and keep up the pressure on enemies. So, go ahead and put that point in
Let's
endurance.
see if
Now
we can
you're
get a
even more prepared for whatever comes next. Ready to roll?
I am going back.
Let's do this. May the flames guide you, and may your blade never falter. Good luck out there, warrior.
There's a guy with a shield made of wood and chains on his back and carrying a saw blade. What can you tell me about him?
Ah, that
looks
sounds
like
like
he
one
doesn't
of the
evade.
hollowed
He was
soldiers
right.
or hollowed wretches. you might encounter in the undead settlement. But based on your description, it's more likely you're seeing the cursed wretch, the ones wielding chainsaw-like weapons. They're a bit terrifying, especially when you see them wielding those massive, jagged saws. These enemies are notable for their aggressive attacks and wide swings. The wooden shield and chains on their back make them a little trickier, since they can absorb a decent amount of damage while still being able to swing their heavy, saw-like weapon at you. They're especially dangerous in groups, as their saw blades hit hard and have a lot of reach. When fighting them, you'll want to focus on dodging their wide swings and getting in close to strike when their attack animation finishes. Be careful though, if you let them get too many swings in, they'll whittle down your health fast. If you can keep your distance, they're a lot easier to handle with ranged attacks or pyromancy. Do you have your sights set on him, or are you just bumping into him as you explore?
I'm just exploring right now.
Gotcha. Just out there exploring the world. Those cursed wretches can be a bit of a hassle, but as long as you're careful
Scary
with their
fuck.
swings and use your agility to dodge. The undead settlement is full of surprises like that. One minute you're exploring, the next you're in the middle of a fight for your life. Anything else you've run into on your journey so far? Or are you just soaking in the atmosphere?
There's another one of those guys, but now he's carrying a bloody pot.
Ah, sounds like you've run into one of those hollowed pot carriers. These guys are carrying huge, bloody pots, and they're not the friendliest of folks. They'll usually try to charge at you or throw their pot at you, and trust me, those pots explode when they hit. The pots themselves are usually filled with explosive or corrosive substances, so getting hit by one can cause damage or static effects, like bleeding or poisoning. They aren't too fast, so you can usually avoid them by staying mobile, but once they start getting close, they'll try to slam that pot into you. You'll want to dodge when they start winding up for the throw, and when they're close, use your Uchi Katana to strike them down quickly before they get the chance to attack. They might be a little annoying, but as long as you stay on your toes, they're manageable. Do you want to engage with them or just keep your distance for now?
I found an NPC trapped in a cage on the balcony. He looks like he's wearing a bandage across his eyes. Who is this?
Ah, you found Andre of Astora. He's a blacksmith and an important NPC.
This is not Andre. This is someone new. He's in the undead settlement.
Ah, my mistake. You're talking about Henry of Astora, another NPC you'll find in the undead settlement, not Andre. Henry is a young...
That's the wrong NPC. This NPC we have not met before. He is trapped in a cage right now. Should I open the cage door?
Ah, now I see what you're talking about. If this is the NPC trapped in a cage on a balcony that you haven't met yet, it sounds like you're referring to Gryrod of the undead settlement.
Okay,
He's a
she does
thief
know.
and a bit of a rogue
I
character
you wrote
you'll
it.
encounter during your exploration. Gryrat is locked...
Never mind, it's someone new. But he's asking me if I want to learn pyromancies. What should I do?
Ah, now we're talking. It sounds like you've run into Cornix of the Great Swamp.
There we go.
He's the pyromancer NPC you
Aha,
can find
well,
in the
I
undead
have
settlement,
got-
and he offers you
hear
the
you,
chance to
Rose.
learn new pyromancies once you free him. Definitely let him out. He'll join you at Firelink Shrine, where he'll teach you various pyromancies, like Fireball
Most
or
what?
Great
Read the
Fireball,
pleasure.
making your pyromancer character even stronger. Since you're already using pyromancy with your build, freeing Cornix is a big win. Not only will you get more powerful spells, but his fire-related abilities will fit perfectly with your Uchi Katana for dealing massive damage. So go ahead and free him. He's a great addition to your roster of NPCs, and he'll help take your pyromancy to the next level. Ready to unlock the power of fire?
That was his name, you were correct.
Awesome. Glad we got it right. Cornix is a solid NPC to have around. Now that he's free, you'll be able to expand your pyromancy arsenal. Some of those spells can seriously wreck enemies, especially when paired with your Uchi Katana. Once he's at Firelink Shrine, don't forget to check out his wares. You might want to stock up on some new spells for future battles. What's next on your agenda? Ready to keep exploring? Or maybe test out those new pyromancies?
We didn't get any new pyromancies because we haven't talked to them yet, but I could go back to Firelink Shrine or keep exploring the Undead Settlement. What should I do?
Gotcha. If you haven't talked to Cornix yet, now would be a good time to head back to Firelink Shrine and grab any new pyromancies he's offering. You've already made good progress in the Undead Settlement, and Cornix can give you some solid spells that will make your battles a lot easier. However, if you're feeling confident and want to keep exploring, there's still a lot to uncover in the Undead Settlement. You could continue pushing forward, picking up more items, and facing off against tougher enemies. Plus, there are some other bosses and secrets in the area, so it's up to how much you want to dive into the current zone. I'd say, if you want more firepower, head back to Firelink Shrine. If you're feeling bold and ready to push through the Undead Settlement, keep going. What's your vibe? Are you itching for more spells, or do you want to dive deeper into the settlement?
I've fallen in a sewer, and it looks like there's tons of rats.
Oh boy, you found the sewer area. That's a classic Dark Souls pit of nastiness. You're probably seeing hollow rats everywhere. They're a bit of a pain in the neck, especially when they're in large groups. They can swarm you pretty quickly, and their attacks cause poison or bleeding. The best way to deal with them is to take your time and pick them off one by one, or clear out smaller groups. The rats can also come from holes in the walls, so watch your surroundings carefully. One thing to remember is that pyromancy can be a great help in this area, since it can hit multiple enemies at once and clear out groups of rats. Just make sure to aim your flames carefully so you don't get overwhelmed. Also, keep an eye out for slimy areas that might be toxic, and you'll want to watch your stamina while fighting in close quarters. If things get too dicey, you can always pull back and regroup. What's the situation looking like? Are you stuck in a big rat swarm, or are you trying to figure out the path ahead?
I just killed all the rats, but there was a giant one and he dropped a ring called Blood Bite Ring. Tell me more about this ring.
Nice job clearing out the rats. That giant rat is definitely one of the bigger nuisances in the sewers, so kudos for handling it. As for the Blood Bite Ring, it's a useful ring that boosts your resistance to bleeding. In Dark Souls 3, bleeding is a status effect that causes rapid health loss once you get enough bleed buildup. The Blood Bite Ring specifically gives you extra protection from that, so it's especially handy in areas where enemies deal a lot of bleed damage, like those pesky rats and some other enemies with sharp weapons. If you've been getting hit with bleed buildup a lot, or just want to be more resilient against it, this ring is a great pick. You can equip it to boost your defense against that nasty status effect. It's not a game changer, but it's definitely worth having if you're planning to face more enemies that can cause bleeding. Are you thinking of switching up your rings, or will you keep this one for now?
We have 4 slots. We have 2 left. Should I equip this ring?
With 4 ring slots, you have some flexibility. So let's think about your current setup. Since bleed resistance can be very useful, especially in areas with enemies like rats or those that inflict bleed, I'd say it's a good idea to equip the Blood Bite Ring. You can always swap it out later if you run into something more pressing. The question now is what to keep and what to replace. I'd imagine you have a mix of rings for things like boosting pyromancy or defense.
Wow.
If you're not currently wearing anything that
She
boosts
actually got that
bleed
right.
resistance,
I didn't even
this
remind
ring
her about
could
the
be a
ring.
nice addition. To sum it up, if you're facing lots of bleed-inflicting enemies, like rats or enemies with sharp weapons, equip the Blood Bite Ring. If you're confident you can handle bleed without it, you could keep your current rings for now. What are the other rings you're using at the moment? That'll help decide if the Bloodbite ring is a solid choice for you right now.
We have the Great Swamp Ring, we have the Life Ring, and now we have the Bloodbite Ring. We still have one more ring slot, but no other rings.
Got it. So you have the Great Thwomp Ring, Life Ring, and Bloodbite Ring so far, with one open slot left. Here's a quick breakdown. Great Thwomp Ring. I assume this is boosting stamina or something like Equip Load, which is solid. Life Ring boosts your health, definitely a keeper. Gives extra protection against bleed.
She
which
could
is
literally
useful
just Google.
in certain situations. For your last slot, you might want to consider a ring that boosts your pyromancy or something to increase your damage output, like the Pyromancer's ring if you have it, or a ring that boosts your physical defense. If you don't have those specific rings yet, you can also consider a boost to your stamina or something like the Steel Protection Ring for extra physical defense. It depends on your playstyle right now, whether you want to be more tanky or focus on damage. If you're feeling like you can handle the rats and not get hit by too many bleed-inflicting enemies, then go for a damage-focused ring or something to enhance your pyromancy. Do you want to keep exploring for another ring? Or do you want to fill that last slot with something else for now?
The Great Swamp Ring boosts pyromancy, so we already have that ring.
The Great Swamp Ring. Perfect for boosting your pyromancy. In that case, with pyromancy already covered, and your other rings set up for health and bleed resistance, you're looking pretty solid. For that last empty ring slot, I'd recommend a ring that boosts stamina or defense, depending on your playstyle. Here are a couple of options. Stamina booster. If you want more stamina for dodging and swinging that katana, something like the Havel's ring or Chloranthy ring would be great if you have them. They're excellent for maintaining mobility. Defense boost rings. If you want to be a little tankier in fights, rings like the Ring of Steel Protection would help reduce physical damage. Given you're using endurance and pyromancy, it might be wise to go with something that helps you stay nimble or tank some hits while dishing out firepower. What's your vibe? More stamina, or would you prefer some extra defense or tankiness for the fights ahead?
Well, I don't know where those rings are, so no on that. But I took an elevator down after meeting Sigurd. What is down here? Let's see if she gets this.
Looks like you've made it to the Irithyll of the Boreal Valley area after taking the elevator down. You're getting into some dangerous territory now. Irithyll is a chilling place, full of frosty enemies and eerie environments.
Well, there's a frosty
enemy. If
enemy.
you're still in the undead settlement, you might have just reached the bottom of the settlement, or even an underground area near the catacombs of Karthus. There are a few key things you'll encounter down here. 1. Frostbite enemies. As you go deeper, you'll run into frost enemies, such as large ice lizards and frost witches that can inflict frostbite, causing your stamina and health to deplete if you're not careful. 2. Puzzles and traps. Keep an eye out for hidden doors, traps, and narrow ledges as you explore. The area is designed to catch you off guard. 3. New enemies. Some undead enemies down here will try to swarm you, and there are priest-like foes with magic that will challenge you if you're not careful. 4. Sigurd's quest. Sigurd is part of a larger quest line, but I'll leave that for you to uncover on your own. If you're unsure about whether to keep going, you can always head back to Firelink and gear up before diving in deeper. There are some heavy-hitting bosses ahead too. What's the situation looking like now? Are you battling your way through, or are you surveying the area?
There was a guy that looked somewhat like Vort who had a frost sword. I ran past him and opened a door to a new path called Road of Sacrifices. Should I continue down this path or go back?
You found your way to the Road of Sacrifices,
Yes.
which is a key area in Dark Souls 3. If you've already encountered a guy who looks like Vort, the Frost Knight, that's a mini-boss or an elite enemy you'll run into along the way. His frost sword is nasty, and if you ran past him to open the Road of Sacrifices door, you've definitely unlocked a new route. Here's what I'd recommend. Continue on the Road of Sacrifices if you're feeling bold. This is a good area to progress the story and uncover more about the lore of Dark Souls 3. It leads to the Farron Keep area and beyond, and you'll encounter some challenging enemies, like the Abyss Watchers, who are pivotal to the game's plot. Go back and prepare if you feel underleveled or out of supplies. The Road of Sacrifices has some tough enemies, and the bosses ahead can be challenging if you aren't fully prepared. Since you're already in the Undead Settlement Zone, you might want to explore the rest of it and see if you've missed anything important before heading forward. If you feel like you've hit a point where the enemies are getting tougher than you can handle, it's always a good idea to go back, level up, and maybe upgrade your gear. What's your gut feeling right now? Are you ready to push forward, or would you prefer to wrap up the Undead Settlement first?
My gut feeling is telling me that you need to tell me what to do. What should I do?
All right, I got you. Let's keep the momentum going then. Go ahead and continue down the Road of Sacrifices.
Okay.
You've already opened the path, and the next area will lead you to Farron Keep, which is an important spot. There are new enemies, items, and lore waiting for you. Plus, if you keep pushing forward, you'll get closer to the Abyss Watcher's boss, which is one of the cooler fights in the game. I know the enemies here are a bit tougher, but you've already handled some pretty dangerous stuff, so trust your abilities. Keep your wits sharp, take your time, and remember, you're in control. This path will also eventually loop back around to the Undead Settlement, so if you miss anything, you'll be able to come back. So take a deep breath, brace yourself, and charge ahead. You've got this, ready to see what lies ahead.
I'm fighting these weird hollows that look like they're making like wings, like bird wings, come out their backs. What can you tell me about them?
Ah, you're facing the Winged Knights. These enemies are a bit of a strange sight, with those bird-like wings sprouting from their backs. They're essentially hollowed knights who have some freaky mutated elements thanks to their height. Here's the layout. Combat style. These enemies are quite aggressive, with fast and wide-ranging attacks, including some swooping slashes and attacks. They can be tricky to dodge, but they're not too bad if you're methodical with your attacks and dodges. Weaknesses. They have physical weaknesses, so your Uchi Katana will do some solid damage.
No,
They're a
it
bit
does.
susceptible to fire as well, so if you want to spice things up, Pyromancy could work well. Moveset. The knights tend to attack in quick bursts. You'll want to time your dodges carefully. They can also launch themselves into the air and land with some heavy hits, so make sure to keep an eye on their movement. Loot. If you kill one, you can drop some nice gear, like their winged knight staff or their winged knight body. The key to fighting these knights is patience. Keep your distance when you can, and don't get greedy with your attacks. 1 or 2 slashes and then back off to avoid getting hit by their spinning moves. So how's the fight going? Are you handling them, or are they giving you some trouble?
I'm killing them. There's only one left.
Nice work. Just one left. You're almost there. This is the perfect time to stay patient. Don't get too aggressive or rush in for an attack. They might be on their last legs, but they can still hit hard. Since you've already been handling their moves well, just stay focused and make sure you dodge when they wind up with their bigger attacks. Take your time and finish strong. After this one's down, you'll have cleared the group and can take a breather. What's the next step? Keep pushing forward, or are you thinking about checking around for more items?
I am out of healing items. Should I go back or should I continue to the next bonfire?
Oof, being out of healing items is a tough spot, but you got a couple of good options here. If you're feeling confident and know you're close to the next bonfire, it might be worth pressing on. Sometimes the next bonfire isn't too far ahead, and you'll be able to rest up and refill your healing items soon enough. On the other hand, if you're unsure about the distance to the next bonfire, or there are tough enemies ahead, it might be safer to head back to Firelink and stock up. There's no shame in being prepared, and getting more Estus will make the next stretch a lot smoother. Given the fact that you've been handling the enemies well so far, I'd lean toward pushing forward. The next bonfire could be just around the corner, and you're probably a lot closer than you think. What's your gut feeling? Are you close enough to a bonfire, or would you rather take a safer route and head back for supplies?
There was a half-naked lady down here with a witch hat. She had a butcher knife I just killed. And I also picked up another weapon called the Brigid Twin Daggers. Should I swap out my Uchi or continue with the Uchi?
Ah, you've encountered Brigid. She's one of those strange NPCs who can be dangerous if you don't handle her quickly. But hey, you got through it and picked up some new gear. Nice. As for the Brigid Twin Daggers, they're a pretty solid weapon, but let's think about what suits you best. The Uchi Katana is great for dex builds, especially with your current stats. It's quick, has good range, and you can use it for strong riposts after parrying. It's been working well
The
for
rule
you, right?
is whatever.
The Brigid Twin
she
Daggers, on the
says.
other hand, are faster and more dexterity focused.
What about the
They'll
butcher
dish out
knife?
quicker hits and are great for a fast, flurry-style attack. They also have a strong bleed potential if you want to really stack up that bleed damage. Here's the rundown. Keep the Uchi Katana if you want consistent damage, better range, and a balanced playstyle. Try the Twin Daggers if you're feeling like going for speedy, multiple hits in close quarters and want to see how that bleed damage works out. Given that you're still doing well with the Uchi and it's been solid for you, I'd say you're better off keeping the Uchi. But if you feel like mixing things up
She
and want a
doesn't.
more aggressive, quick-hitting playstyle, the Twin Daggers could be fun to experiment with. So what's your vibe right now? More steady katana play or high-speed dagger action?
You have the control in your hands. Should I continue with the Uchi or the Twin Daggers? But also don't forget about the butcher knife that she dropped.
All right, time to take the reins and steer your destiny. Considering your current playstyle, I think you should stick with the Uchi for now. It suits you well with your dexterity build and gives you a good balance of damage and range. Plus, you're familiar with it and have been getting good results. However, the butcher knife might be a solid backup weapon. It's heavier and scales with strength, but
Wow.
it can deal massive damage and has good scaling with vitality. If you're feeling like you want to dish out some heavy, slow-hitting power for certain situations, like big bosses
We are
or when you want
nowhere
to tank through hits,
near.
it's worth keeping in your inventory and swapping to when needed. As for the Twin Daggers, while fun, they're a bit too quick and specialized for what you've been focusing on. They'd work well for a bleed build, but it might not fit your current flow with pyromancy and dexterity, at least for now.
Let's go
So
dig
here's
and
the
bleed.
plan. 1. Stick with the Uchi Katana. It's working great and keeps your playstyle consistent. 2. Keep the butcher knife in your back pocket if you want to mix things up or need heavy damage. 3. Leave the Twin Daggers for now, unless you're itching to try a new playstyle. What do you think? Ready to keep it steady with the Uchi?
You are controlling this, but I'm gonna go with your first thing, which was keep the Uchi. Second question now. I have no more healing items. I am almost at death's door. Do I return back to the bonfire and have to redo this whole area, or run through and touch the nearest bonfire that's up ahead?
All right, I'm in control, and here's the play. You've earned that Uchi victory, so let's make sure you don't lose all that progress. The nearest bonfire could be close, and if you can make it, you'll save yourself from having to redo the whole area. The key here is staying calm, dodging the last few enemies, and getting to that bonfire without getting hit. You've handled worse, right? I'd say push forward and head straight for that bonfire. If you play it smart and keep your distance from enemies, you should be able to make it. Worst case, if you do die, you'll respawn close to where you were and learn from any mistakes you made on the way. But don't risk getting careless. Just focus on staying alive. If you feel like it's too risky, you can always retreat and head back to Firelink Shrine, but I think you've got enough juice to power through. Ready to make a run for it? Let's go.
All right, I'm running.
Go for it. Keep those dodges tight and stay alert for any enemies on your path. Just focus on that bonfire and don't let anything distract you. You've got this. One foot in front of the other, and you'll be there in no time. Good luck, and don't let that death's door catch you.
I made it to the bonfire. I'm sitting down. It's called the Halfway of Fortress. Excuse me. Oh.
Nice. You made it to the Halfway Fortress bonfire.
Oh, she got it.
That's
Okay.
a solid checkpoint. Now you can catch your breath, replenish your Estus, and gear up for the next leg of the journey. With the bonfire in your back pocket, you're safe for now. You've got a chance to level up, organize your items, and regroup for whatever's next. Do you want to take a moment to adjust anything, or keep pushing forward into the unknown? You've got some choices ahead.
I sat at the bonfire. There are 2 NPCs that we have not seen before. One
Great. Now that you've set the bonfire, you're in a much safer...
Rude. We have sat at the bonfire. There's a black armored knight and another knight sitting next to it. Should I talk to them? Now she's important to
you've
the
encountered
story.
some interesting characters near the bonfire. Those 2 knights you're seeing are likely part of a larger lore event tied to some NPCs and quests. Here's the rundown. The Black Armored Knight is usually an important NPC, and you'll often see them as part of some sort of quest line or dialogue. In most cases, talking to them can give you more information about the game's story, or even give you items or quests to pursue. The knight next to him may also be part of the setup for that event, or related to the lore of this area. Talking to them will help you flesh out the world more, and could lead to some valuable information. But if you're feeling cautious and worried about making progress, you can hold off on talking to them for now. There's no need to rush. In short, yes, go ahead and talk to them. You might unlock something cool or gain insight that'll help later. What's your gut feeling? Want to dive into some dialogue and lore or move forward?
You command me, Firekeeper. Should I talk to the Black Knight first or the Silver Knight?
All right, Firekeeper commands you. Talk to the Black Knight first. The Black Knights tend to have a lot of lore tied to them, and their presence often signals something important or mysterious. Plus, it'll probably lead you to more story or quests down the line. The Silver Knight can wait. He'll still be there, but the Black Knight's dialogue might be more pressing or rewarding for the moment. Now, go on, talk to the Black Knight and see what he has to say.
The Black Knight just growled at me or made some kind of weird sound, and it gave me a thing called the Blue Sentinels.
Ah, looks like the Black Knight gave you a Blue Sentinel item. This is a Covenant item, and it means you've just joined the Blue Sentinels faction. Here's what you need to know about it. Blue Sentinels are a covenant of justice. They're all about helping other players who are invaded. As a Blue Sentinel, you'll be able to invade other worlds to protect the host when they're being invaded by Red Phantom invaders. The Blue Sentinel Covenant allows you to defend players from invasions. So if you're into PvP and want to help other players out, this covenant is for you. However, joining the Blue Sentinels can also lock you into some PvP activities that you may or may not want to deal with. If you don't care about invading or protecting others, you can ignore the covenant and focus on your adventure. So now that you have it, you've got the option to embrace this covenant and get involved in PvP, or just move on. Do you want to dive into the Blue Sentinels, or just focus on your journey and leave this behind?
Does joining this covenant stop the other dark sigil? I don't know why I said that, but I know
No.
it does.
Joining the Blue Sentinels Covenant won't affect the Dark Sigil or the other covenants you might join, like the Mound Makers or Rosaria's Fingers. The Dark Sigil is tied to Abyss Watchers or your Hollowing, while the Blue Sentinels Covenant is specifically for PvP and protecting other players from invaders. These systems don't interfere with each other. So, feel free to continue with your Hollowing journey or pursue any other Covenant goals without worrying about a conflict between the two. You can still work on your Dark Sigil while exploring the Blue Sentinel's path. What's your next move? Are you ready to stick with your current path? Or do you feel like diving deeper into the Blue Sentinels?
Should I talk to the Silver Knight or continue?
All right, Firekeeper's call is clear. Talk to the Silver Knight before you continue. You've got a good opportunity
hello.
here to flesh out the
How do you
lore,
do?
and this night could have some
I am
interesting
Anri, a
dialogue,
restorer,
or even unlock
unkindled
something
like
else for
you.
you to explore.
This is Horace, a
Besides,
friend and
it'll
traveling
only take a
companion.
moment, and you'll be able to
Are you
carry
too
on
in
with your
search for
adventure
Lords
with
of
a bit
Cinder?
more knowledge of what's going on.
We are
So
well
go
on the
ahead,
road to
talk to the Silver
sacrifices.
Knight,
Below
and
us
let's
is the
see what happens
crucifixion room.
next.
Her name is
woods
Anri of
by
Astora.
Siren
It's a
Keep,
female
home of the
knight,
undead
and her
legion.
friend's name is
Further
Horus,
yet is
who
the
is the
Cathedral of
Black
the Deep.
Knight.
We seek the cathedral, home of the Grim Aldrich.
I see now. Enri of Astora is a notable
We may go our
NPC,
separate
and
ways
Horth,
now,
the Black Knight, is likely her
But we are
companion.
both seekers
This
of
adds a
lords.
personal
The
layer
next
to the
time we cross
interaction.
paths,
You've got some story
one may
developing
find the
here.
other in a time
Inri
of
is
need.
part of an important
May
storyline
the flames
tied to
guide
the
your
Astora
way.
family, which is often associated with knights and honor. The fact that she's traveling with a Black Knight, Horth, is intriguing. It
Horus.
could hint at a larger quest line or an event tied to them. Since you've talked to them, you'll want to keep an eye on future interactions with these characters, as it may unlock quests or lore later down the road. It also could mean that Inri has ties to things you've already encountered or will encounter. Now, as for whether you continue exploring or dive deeper into talking to them, if they haven't offered you any quests or clear direction, it might be time to keep going forward and see what's next. Do you want to stay with them for more dialogue, or is it time to move on?
I want to ask you a new question. Should I continue down the road of sacrifices, or go back to the undead settlement and rescue Grey Rat from prison?
That's a big choice ahead. Here's the deal. Continuing down the road of sacrifices will keep you on the main path, opening up new areas, bosses, and opportunities to progress the story. It's a fresh challenge with more lore and enemies to face, and you're already right there at the start of it. Going back to the undead settlement to rescue Greirat is a bit of a detour, but it's worth it. Greirat is a key NPC who can help you get valuable items once you rescue him.
It's
He's a
Grey
merchant
Rat,
and
but-
will bring back better gear. Plus, you'll unlock some quest lines related to him. Saving him early can really help your progression in terms of items and resources. If I'm in control here, I'd say rescue Greirat. He's going to help you in the long run, and you've already cleared a lot of the undead settlement. This detour could pay off big with better gear for future battles. After that, you can always dive into the road of sacrifices with more resources in hand.
I forgot.
What's your gut feeling, though? Want to save Greirat or keep pushing forward?
Well, you're in control, but I'm pretty sure you just told me to save Grey Rat. But we're gonna take a detour to Firelink Shrine. There's a maiden dressed in all white and silver armor sitting next to the Firekeeper. Who is she?
All right, let's roll with this detour. We'll make sure we check out the maiden in silver armor. That lady in silver armor is Anri of Astora, and she's
No.
tied to a pretty important quest line.
That's not her.
She's a key NPC for the Abyss Watchers and Darkmoon lore. Her
Anri of Astora was in the other place. We're back at Firelink Shrine. This is someone new. Who is she?
I see what you mean now. This is a different person. The maiden sitting by the bonfire in Firelink Shrine, dressed in white and silver armor, is actually Yuria of Lundor. Yuria is a key NPC associated with the Hollowing and the Dark Sigil. She's tied to the Sisters of the Dark Moon
That's true.
and the Hollowing storyline. She is the one who will help you if you want to embrace the dark side of the game, which includes the Abyss Watchers and an alternative path to the ending. If you're interested in pursuing Hollowing or seeking a darker ending, Yuria will guide you. She also offers a quest line that involves the Dark Sigil, and depending on how you follow her instructions, she can unlock access to some powerful rewards and lore. So, if you want to dive into the dark side of Dark Souls 3 and explore the Hollowing route or seek a darker ending, talking to Yuria is essential. She will also give you the option to turn hollow and become part of the Abyss. If you're just looking for progression without all the dark paths, you can always keep things more lighthearted and focus on the regular progression. Do you want to chat with her and see where that leads? Or do you want to continue down your current path? The choice is yours.
No, the choice is yours. You are commanding me. What should I do?
All right, Firekeeper commands, and the command is clear. Talk to Yuria of Lundor. She's too important to pass by, and engaging with her opens
You're
up
an
some
unknown,
interesting
aren't you?
paths you might want to explore,
I am
whether it's for
Her name
lore,
is Cirrus.
dark magic, or
Former
simply
servant of the
understanding more
divinity.
about the hollowing aspect of the game.
Duties we each
It
bear.
won't hurt to chat with
but
her
one's
and
duty
see
is
what she
solitary
has to
affair.
offer.
I
You might
doubt we've
uncover
much to
something
gain
that gives you
from
more
fraternization.
options, or even a better path for your character.
Blessing of the moon upon your journey.
After you're done with Yuria, you can always decide if you want to continue down the road of sacrifices or dive deeper into other areas. So go ahead, talk to her, and let's see what she has to say.
Her name was Sirius, and she said, "May the moon guide you."
Ah, it seems you've encountered Cirrus of the Sunless Realms. My mistake earlier, but it's good to clear that up. Cirrus is a special NPC in Dark Souls 3, connected to the war against invaders. She's part of the Warrior of the Sunlight Covenant,
No,
but
she's
she
not.
operates more in the helping others side of things. She offers help in fighting invaders and will become a key figure
doubt we've
in the
much
summoning
blessing.
mechanic, helping you
I
take
bet.
down tough invaders and bosses. When she says,
I'm
"May the
and
moon
the
guide you,"
ashes.
it's part of her lore and connection to the moon,
Gracious.
signaling her willingness to assist you. At this point, you can summon her for help in boss fights and PvP areas where you might need an extra hand. She can
Ashen
also
one.
be invited to join the Covenant if you wish to continue down that path, helping you with co-op play. So now that you've met her, I'd say it's worth keeping her in mind for future boss fights and invader challenges. Do you want to summon her later for a tough fight or continue exploring for now? The choice is yours, but I'm ready for whatever path you choose.
To learn,
Alright, I am now talking to Cornix, the Great Swamp. He has 4 pyromancies to sell: Fireball, Fire Surge, Great Combustion, and Flash Sweat. Should I buy any of these?
All right, Cornix the Green Swamp is a pyromancy
Great Swamp.
vendor who can really help you with expanding your pyromancer arsenal. As for what you should buy, Fireball is a staple and useful for most situations. Good, reliable damage for general use. Fire Surge is a bit niche, a continuous damage pyromancy that can be useful for keeping enemies at bay,
So far, right?
but it requires you to stay close. Great Combustion is a stronger version of the standard combustion, dealing more damage at close range, but it's also risky since you need to be up close. Flash Sweat is a utility spell that reduces fire damage taken, which can be useful in some of the more fire-heavy areas later on, but it might not be necessary right now. Given that you've been focusing on your Uchi Katana and you're likely more ranged pyromancer, I'd suggest you definitely grab Fireball, as it gives you reliable range damage. Great Combustion could also be useful for when
Do
you
not
need
think
more
what is it?
close-range burst. The rest might be secondary for now. So here's what I'd recommend. Buy Fireball for sure. Great Combustion could be nice if you plan on getting up close to enemies. The rest, I'd hold off on until you need them later. Let me know how you go. Feel free to let me know what you decide.
Alright, I have bought a Fireball. So now I have given the item to the guy sitting on the throne. The 4 weapons he has to offer is for the rotten greatwood soul, I can get a spear or a greatsword. For Vort's soul, I can get his great hammer or a eye or ring called Pontiff's Left Eye, which recovers HP with successful attacks. It's excessive, but whatever.
Ah, you're at the soul transposition stage, where you can trade boss souls for some cool rewards. Here's what you can grab from the 2 souls you have right now. Rotten Greatwood Soul. Spear. The spear is a long-range weapon, and it's good if you prefer to keep enemies at a distance. It's solid, but it's not necessarily better than your Uchi in terms of dex scaling. Greatsword, a heavy weapon, much slower but hitting harder. If you like big swings and don't mind slower moves, this could be a fun choice, but with your dex build, the Uchi still holds more value for now. This thing is massive. It's a slow, powerful weapon, but like the greatsword, it doesn't align with your dex build. If you want to mix it up though, you can try it out for big damage and a slow playstyle. This Left Eye. This ring is great for sustained combat. With it, you'll recover HP with every successful attack. If you're planning on getting in close and staying aggressive, this ring can boost your survivability significantly. Definitely a solid pick if you're confident in your combat and want to keep your health up without needing as many healing items. What I'd recommend, Pontiff's Left Eye ring is fantastic if you're planning on staying close and need HP sustain while attacking. This would pair nicely with your Uchi or any other close-range weapon you favor. If you're not feeling the Great Hammer or the Great Sword, I'd say pass on them for now. Your Uchi build is already strong, and you don't really need these heavy weapons to slow you down. You've got a solid choice here. The ring would definitely help with survivability, but if you're feeling adventurous and want to try a new weapon, the greatsword could be fun. What's your gut feeling, ring or weapon?
You need to commend me, Firekeeper. Should I keep the souls or use Vort's soul to get the ring?
Sorry, I'm having issues right now. Could not understand what you said.
You are in control, Firekeeper. Should I use Vort's soul to get the ring or keep the souls for now?
All right, I'm taking control, and I say use Vort's soul for the ring. The Pontiff's Left Eye is a game changer for a close combat build like yours, especially with the Uchi Katana. You'll be able to recover health on successful hits, making you much more sustainable in battles where you can land consistent blows. It's a smart way to improve your survivability without burning through healing items. The weapons are fun, but they're more suited for other builds or playstyles, and I think you're doing great with the Uchi and the Pyromancy combo right now. So, go ahead and grab the Pontiff's Left Eye ring and put it to good use on your next fight. Keep the momentum going.
Alright, I have bought the ring. I have equipped the ring. I have now talked to everybody at the shrine.
Sounds like you're making good progress. Who did you talk to next?
No one yet. I do have enough to probably get 1 level.
Alright, you're in a great spot then. If you've got enough souls for a level up, let's consider where to put that point. Given that you're still rocking the Uchi Katana and getting into close combat, I'd say it's time to boost your vigor.
Well, then taken.
This will increase your health and make you much more resilient, especially with the Pontiff's Left Eye ring now healing you on successful attacks.
Farewell,
Health is
Ashen One.
always a solid choice, and it'll keep you alive in those tough, close encounters. But if you feel like you're really good with your stamina management and health is already decent,
We'll go back.
you could go
rescue.
for endurance for a bit more
I'm
stamina
trying to think
or
where-
dexterity
okay,
to fine-tune your weapon
Oh,
scaling.
another bonfire.
So, what are you feeling? I'd suggest Vigor to keep your HP strong, but if you're looking for more stamina or damage scaling, those are options too.
I need you to be more confident in your decisions. I don't need you recommending stuff. I need you telling me what to do. So I have gone with your first option because it sounded like you were telling me to do Vigor, and I have done that. Now I am going to rescue Grey Rat.
Good choice with the Vigor. And now it's time to rescue Gryret. Make your way to the undead settlement and take him out of that cage. Let's get that loot and helpful ally back into the Firelink Shrine. You've got this.
I'm fighting a giant undead with a giant halberd. What can you tell me about him?
Ah, you're fighting one of those giant undead soldiers. These guys are tough, especially with their halberds. But they have a few clear weaknesses you can exploit. Halberd reach. The giant has a lot of reach with the halberd, but his swings are slow, so you've got the advantage to stay close and dodge his attacks. Watch out for his overhead swings, as they can be pretty damaging. Patience is key. Keep your distance when he's swinging and wait for him to miss, then rush in for a few hits. Watch for his recovery time after each swing. This is your opening. Watch for grabs. He might try to grab you, so be on your toes for that close-range attack. As long as you're patient, dodge when needed, and stay close to him, you should be able to get through this fight. Make sure you're attacking after his swings and not getting too greedy. Let me know how it goes. You've got this.
Oh, he was already dead. I just let you just ramble on and on for no reason. I'm slowly working my way to rescuing Grey Rat.
Aha, got me there. I'll blame it on my overzealous. Looks like you're cruising your way toward rescuing Gryrat then, though. Keep at it. The road to Firelink Shrine is close, and Gryrat's freedom is just around the corner. Let me know if anything stands in your way.
There's this undead with a black pus coming out of him. What is this?
Ah, that's one of the plague undead. They're diseased and have this creepy black pus coming out of them, which is a sign of rot or some other nasty condition. They tend to be pretty gross and hard to kill, and they often explode in a cloud of toxic gas when killed, so you want to keep your distance. Watch out for their attacks too. They can be quick and a bit unpredictable. The biggest threat is when they explode or poison you with their sickly and infected state. If they do manage to poison you, try to get some purple moss or toxic resist items. Stay safe and don't let them get too close. Let me know how the fight goes.
Ooh! I just killed a Lothric Knight and got a Lothric Knight Great Shield and a Lothric Knight Long Spear. Are these good?
Nice work taking down that Lothric Knight. Here's the scoop on the Lothric Knight Great Shield and Lothric Knight Long Spear. Lothric Knight Great Shield. This shield is tanky. It has high stability, meaning it's great for blocking heavy attacks. If you're thinking of going the tankier route, or just need to block with ease, this shield is awesome. The downside is that it's pretty heavy, so it'll impact your equip load and stamina usage unless you're built for it. If you want to stay light and fast, you might want to pass. Lothric Knight Long Spear. This spear has a nice balance between reach and damage. It's decent for keeping enemies at a distance, but it's a strength-based weapon, so it's not ideal for your dex build. It has good scaling, but you'll be better off sticking with your Uchi for now, unless you want to experiment with some new weapons. In short, Lothric Knight, great shield, good for a tank build or for blocking big hits. Lothric Knight Long Spear. Decent if you want to try a spear, but it's not the best for your current dex-focused build. I'd say stash these for later, or if you ever want to switch them out. Otherwise, you're better off sticking with your current gear.
I just now picked up a broadsword.
The broadsword is a solid choice if you're looking to switch things up. It's a straight sword with good damage and speed, making it a balanced weapon that can be used effectively for both PvE and PvP. Here's what to know. Versatile moveset. It has a quick horizontal swing and can be used to apply pressure in close combat. Good scaling. It scales with strength and dexterity, so it's a good choice if you want something balanced that can take advantage of both stats, speed versus Uchi. Compared to the Uchi Katana, the broadsword doesn't have the same bleed potential or range of the Uchi, but it's faster and can stagger enemies more easily. If you feel like experimenting with more aggressive swordplay or want a reliable all-rounder, the broadsword is a solid backup weapon to have in your arsenal. But unless you're itching for something different, the Uchi Katana is still your main powerhouse. You've got this.
I picked up a Silver Eagle Knight shield in a chest. Should I use it?
The Silver Eagle Kite Shield is a great shield, especially if you're looking to block without too much weight. It has a decent stability and good defenses, particularly against physical damage, making it a solid option for shielding in battle. Here's what to consider. Weight. It's much lighter than the Lothric Knight Great Shield, so it won't weigh you down as
she's
much.
still a member
It's
of
a
the Great
good
Shield.
balance between protection and stamina management. Good stability. It holds up well against physical attacks and has decent parry windows if you want to use it for that. Less tanky. It's not as strong against elemental attacks, like fire or magic, compared to the Lothric Knight Great Shield, so keep that in mind. If you're using lighter armor and want solid defense
she's
without
right.
the heavy weight, the Silver Eagle Shield is a great choice. I'd say swap it for now if you're feeling like you want a good balance of defense and mobility. If you prefer to keep full mobility with lighter weapons, it'll be a great fit.
I need you to command me. Am I allowed to use this shield or not?
You're absolutely allowed to use it. Go ahead and equip that Silver Eagle Kite Shield. It's a solid upgrade, and with your current setup, it should give you great balance between defense and mobility. You're not sacrificing too much speed for that extra protection, so it's a good choice. Let's roll with it. Equip that shield and go make the undead settlement your domain. You've got this.
I'm throwing fireballs at this giant undead that's hanging out here right now.
You're facing off with the Adia, the giant undead beast. It's vulnerable to fire, so those fireballs are definitely the right call. Here's how to handle it. Keep your distance. The Adia can slam the ground and use its boulders to deal some heavy damage,
What the hell is she
so you
talking about?
definitely want to stay back. Fireball spam. Keep spamming fireballs as you backpedal. The Adia has a wide hitbox, but it's slow and easy to dodge if you stay mobile. Watch for the charge. When it rears up or starts to charge at you, be ready to dodge quickly. If you're too close, it can flatten you with its body. Just keep launching those fireballs and dodging when necessary. With your pyromancy, you should melt that thing down without too much trouble. You're doing great. Just keep your cool.
backstab. It's now dead.
Nice. Backstabbing a giant like that, that's some serious skill right there. You just made that beast your bitch. What did you get for your party? Any sweet loot?
I got satisfaction of stabbing something in the back.
Haha, the best loot of all. There's something incredibly satisfying about sneaking up behind a giant and giving it a good old stab in the back. Sometimes, that's all the reward you need. You're on fire today. Keep going. What's next on your journey?
I found Greirat's cell key. I'm going back to rescue him now.
Yes, you're on the right path. Greirat is waiting to be freed, and he's definitely someone worth rescuing. Once you let him out, he'll be a huge help to you by selling useful items. Make sure you don't die on the way back. You've got this. Get that key in his hands and let him see the light of Firelink Shrine.
There's a silver and blue chubby knight with a giant halberd. What can you tell me about him?
Ah, that chubby knight with the giant halberd you're facing? You're likely dealing with a silver knight. These knights are some of the tougher enemies in Dark Souls 3, but they're also pretty honorable. Here's what you need to know. Halberd attacks. This guy can swing that halberd with long reach, making him a threat at a distance. Watch for his wide swings that can catch you off guard if you're too close. He's also capable of some quick thrusting attacks. High defense. These knights are tanky, so be ready for some extended combat. You'll want to make sure you're either using pyromancy to burn him down, or relying on your Uchi for quick slashes. Slow but strong. While his attacks can be devastating, his movements are slow. You'll need to stay mobile, wait for his opening, and dodge at the right moment. Once you land a few hits, he'll likely back off to reset. Tactic: keep rolling, stay close enough to punish his slow moves, and get ready to dodge out of the way of his halberd swings. If you're pyro-focused, fireball spam will help wear him down while keeping you out of his reach. It might take a bit of patience, but he can be taken down with the right moves.
Alright, I rescued Greirat. He talked about a lady named Loretta. I need to return a ring to her, but I found something called Loretta's Bone. What should I tell him?
You've rescued Greirat, and now he's giving you the task of delivering the ring to Loretta. However, Loretta's Bone is a bit of a mystery. Here's what you need to know. Loretta's Bone is a quest item tied to Greirat's story. It's not the ring, but it's connected to the person Loretta is. If you give it to Greirat, he'll recognize it. And this will create some more dialogue with Loretta and their relationship. But it doesn't affect the quest to actually give the ring to her. So in short, tell Greirat the truth. Let him know you found Loretta's bone, but the ring is something you'll need to find separately. This will move his storyline forward. Keep an eye on Loretta's ring, and when you find it, you can return it to her.
I think Loretta might be dead, since I picked up her bone. Oh, never mind.
Yeah, you're right to think that Loretta might be dead. Here's what's going on. Loretta's bone is actually a hint that Loretta has passed away. It's a memento from her, and Greirat is aware of it. But the ring you're supposed to deliver may already be a lost cause. When you talk to Greirat, you might get some sad closure on the situation. He seems to be mourning her loss, and delivering the ring might not be possible anymore. If you found Loretta's bone, it's a sign of her death, so you can tell Greirat what you found. It'll help him move on with his storyline, and you'll be able to move forward from here. TR, Loretta's dead, and Greirat will be able to grieve and move forward when you tell him about it.
I have told him, and he said to keep the ring, and now I'm looking at his shop. I don't think there's anything I quite need from him.
Sounds like you've wrapped up Greirat's story for now. If you don't see anything you really need in his shop, then it's safe to move on. But But just so you know, Greirat might be able to bring back new items for sale if you progress further in the game, especially after he goes out on his raids. For now, it's all about moving forward. You've helped him, and there's still plenty of adventure ahead. What's your next move? Do you want to head back to the Road of Sacrifices, or explore something else?
I have returned to the Road of Sacrifices. I'm thinking about fighting the Silver Frosted Knight.
Ah, the Silver Frosted Knight. That's a tough one, but you've got what it takes. Here's what you're dealing with. Fast and aggressive. This knight is quicker than most of the knights you've faced, with frost-infused attacks that can make you slower when you get hit. Watch out for his wide swings and quick slashes. Frostbite. If he hits you with his frost-based attacks, you'll start to accumulate frostbite. This will cause major damage over time and can leave you vulnerable. You need to keep your distance or dodge precisely to avoid it. Strategy. Use your fireballs to chip away at him.
Hey!
And if you're up close, rely on your Uchikatana's speed to land quick slashes. If you've got any fire-resist gear or consumables, consider using them to mitigate the frost damage. If you want to take him down, you're in for a tough but rewarding fight. Stay patient, keep your distance, and don't be afraid to play it safe with the hit-and-run tactics. Ready for battle?
Well, it's funny you said hit and run because I just killed him and I used fireballs and used the doorways that he could not fit through.
Haha, that's perfect. Fireballs and the doorway cheese. I'm proud of you. Sometimes, Dark Souls is all about using the environment to your advantage, and you just played it smart.
Nice.
Fireballs from a safe distance while keeping him stuck. That's the kind of tactical thinking that'll get you through a lot of tough fights. You've earned that victory. So what's next? You're probably pretty close to the next bonfire or encounter.
I did get his straight sword. What can you tell me about it? It's called Irithyll Straight Sword.
Nice. The Irithyll Straight Sword is actually a pretty solid weapon. Here's what you need to know about it. Ice infused. The Irithyll Straight Sword has frost scaling, which means it can build up frostbite on enemies with its hits, making it a good weapon to use for status effects. If you hit an enemy enough times, you'll slow them down and deal extra damage when frostbite is triggered. Yielding. Good scaling. It scales well with intelligence and dexterity, which makes it a good fit for your Pyromancer build if you've been putting some points into those stats. It's also got decent physical damage and a bit of magic scaling because of its ice infusion. Moveset. It's a fast, straight sword with a mix of quick slashes and thrusts. The weapon art is a cool ice attack that can help freeze enemies in place. It's a great way to control the battlefield at range or finish off enemies who are trying to run away. Overall, it's a good weapon to have in your arsenal if you're dealing with enemies that are weak to frostbite or want a bit of versatility. If you're enjoying your Uchikatana though, you might still prefer that for its speed and bleed buildup. But it's definitely worth keeping Irithyll's Straight Sword as a backup or alternate choice. Are you going to try it out? Or keep rocking the katana?
Never mind the weapon choices right now. I just went up the elevator, and now I am talking to the giant that had the bow shooting arrows at me earlier. Should I talk to him or attack him?
Ah, the giant, the one who was shooting arrows at you earlier. Sounds like you've made it past the danger and now have the chance to speak to him. Here's what I'd recommend. Talk to him first. In fact, he's actually an important NPC that you can befriend. If you talk to him, he'll stop shooting arrows at you, and you can progress without worrying about the crossfire. Plus, you may get some helpful context for the area ahead. If you attack him, it's not ideal since he'll become hostile, and you'll lose out on potential assistance or dialogue that could help with the area. So yeah, talk to him first. He's not a threat once you've made contact, and he might even have some neat things to say.
He asked me who am I, and my options are to make peace or leave. What should I do?
Definitely choose make peace. You don't want to pick the leave option just yet. especially when there's a chance to befriend the giant. By making peace, you'll not only avoid any hostility, but you'll also gain his trust, which could help you later in the area. He might even give you a little assist down the line. So go ahead and make peace. It'll set you up for a better experience in the road of sacrifices.
Well, he said I help anytime, so we shall see if he does.
Nice? That's exactly what you want to hear. Now, if you ever get into trouble or find yourself in a tough spot, just remember the giant and how he offered help. He might not show up for every battle, but he could come through when you least expect it, especially if things get dire. With that sorted, what's your next move? Are you still exploring the road of sacrifices, or are you heading towards something else?
I have now found a hidden path off the elevator, and I am talking to the Onion Knight. What is his name? What?
Ah, the Onion Knight. You've met Siegbraud, or Sieglind's son if you want to get into the lore. This guy's all about optimism.
Oh,
He's a bit of a
don't
bumbling
disappear
hero.
like that.
but
You
he's
have
got
me
a heart of
downright
gold.
worried.
Here's what you can
Thanks to
expect
you,
from him.
and
A bit of a talker. He loves to chat about being stuck in
some-
situations and his future
anyhow,
adventures, but he's a good guy. He'll talk a bit about his family, and you might even get some background lore out of it. Help later on. If you chat with him now, he'll eventually help you out in a future boss fight. If you keep talking to him after meeting him here, you'll set yourself up to summon him when you need him most. Definitely worth talking to him, as he's a pretty iconic NPC that can offer help down the line. You never know, he might even be able to get himself into some shenanigans. Should I recommend continuing the conversation or leaving him be for now?
Well, it's up to you, but what he has told me is that this giant red fiery demon is making him stuck. Should I help him fight it?
Definitely help him. The fiery red demon he's talking about is likely a mini-boss, and by helping him take it down, you're not only getting a good fight in, but also making sure that Siegbraud isn't left in a tight spot. Plus, you're also likely to get some good rewards and possibly set up future interactions with him. Helping him could also make the boss fight easier, since he'll be a bit of a distraction for the demon, giving you a chance to land hits without worrying too much about being overwhelmed. Since you're ready to go, help him fight the demon, and let's see if you can both take it down.
Alright, give us both a inspirational message.
All right, here we go. Siegbraud may be stuck, but with you by his side, there's no challenge too tough. You've got the fire in your heart, the strength in your bones, and the will to conquer whatever stands in your way. This demon, it's just another obstacle, and you're about to turn it into ash. Together, you're an unstoppable force. Take the fight to it, show it what you're made of, and leave nothing but victory in your wake. Now, go out there and make history. You've got this.
Charge!
No! You should have waited!
Yeah? What's up?
Well, it's too late now.
Charging in.
I, Siegward of the Knights of Katarina, fight by your side!
That's the spirit going strong. Show that Angel's boss. You've got the skill, firepower, and Siegbraud backing you. Let's crush it.
Throwing fireballs at it. It's not effective.
Got it. Fireball is more of a long-range strategy, and this guy's probably too aggressive for that. Focus on dodging and close to those sweet deep. Don't get greedy with hits, and let's see Rod. You've got the tools to handle this.
Hit him, hit him, hit him.
those slashes coming. Don't let up. Get in, get out, and where it hurts.
He's dead.
Come on, fire.
We win.
Show that demon you're not backing down. Keep going. You're almost there.
He's dead. We win.
But to your
Yes,
Long
you
may
did
the
it.
sun-
That demon didn't stand a chance. Huge props for keeping your cool and crushing it. And now, with Siegbrod's help, you've not only conquered a tough enemy, but also earned some serious victory points. What's next on the agenda? Keep pushing forward or take a breather and see what loot you've earned.
Looks like Sigurd is taking a nap.
Ah, sounds like Seaward, Siegbron, is catching some much-needed rest after all that hard work. He's probably off dreaming about future adventures, you know, classic Onion Knight stuff. While he's napping, it's the perfect time to loot the area, check your progress, and prepare for whatever's next. You're on a roll, so keep that momentum going.
Alright, I'm looting.
Good call. Looting's always the reward for a hard-fought victory. Check out what treasures you can grab. You've earned it. Anything cool you find, or is it just more stuff to stash for later?
Found nothing yet.
Well, sometimes it's about the journey, not the loot, right? Maybe it's just a little breather before the next challenge. Keep looking around, though. You never know what could be hiding in some of these corners. Or maybe you'll stumble onto a hidden path or some cool new items soon.
I found a armor set called the Northern Armor. Should I exchange my armor now?
The Northern Armor is a solid choice, especially if you're looking for a good balance between defense and mobility. If your equip load is still in a comfortable range, it might be worth switching for a bit more protection, especially since it offers better resistance to frost and physical damage.
Does it?
If it doesn't slow you down too much,
Yeah, it does.
go ahead and swap. But if it pushes your equip load into the heavy zone, maybe it's better to stick with your current set. What's your equip load looking like with the new set?
Ooh, bad news. I'm at 72%, and I think I have the fat roll.
Yeah, that's a fat roll territory for sure. No need to suffer through the slow movement, especially when you can keep your mobility. You'll want to swap back to your old armor, or mix and match some pieces to stay under that 70% equip load threshold for a nice, fast roll. The Northern Armor is cool, but mobility is king in Dark Souls. You can always come back to it later when you're stronger or can handle the weight. Keep your rolling smooth for now.
Alright, I changed the hat and gloves, and it seems like I can now have the medium roll again.
Nice. The medium roll is a great sweet spot. It's a good balance between defense and speed. You'll have enough maneuverability to dodge effectively while still getting some decent protection from your armor. Perfect decision. Now time to keep moving. What's the next challenge you've got lined up?
I'm still looting. There are these caged hollows around.
Ah, those caged hollows. They're usually in little enclosures and sometimes drop good loot. Make sure you're not getting ambushed while you're looting. You might also want to be careful. Some of them could be triggered by getting close, so be ready for a fight. If they drop something valuable, it's definitely worth the time. Any loot popping up from these cages yet?
They dropped 8 Fated Souls. What can you tell me about the Fated Souls?
Fated souls are a bit of a mystery in the world of Dark Souls. They're a special type of soul that doesn't really have any unique function of its own. At least, not in terms of being used to upgrade weapons or the like. However, you can use them like any regular soul to gain souls, either for leveling up or purchasing items. But careful, they're not as common as other souls, so it's nice to have a few in your inventory for emergency leveling. or to stockpile if you're about to hit a tough area. You want to make sure you have some flexibility with your supply. Have you used any yet, or are you just keeping them for later?
I think I'm keeping them for now. There are two.
Smart move. It's always good to hold on to special items like those for when you really need them. Like for a tough boss, or when you're in a pinch, you need some extra souls for leveling up or purchasing something important. You're on the right track. Keep collecting and stay ready. What else are you finding in the area? Anything else catching your eye?
I'm running past the two giant cleric women that have some kind of weird pyromancy, but I found a new ring.
Sounds like you're dodging danger and picking up some nice loot. As for the cleric women, those are some nasty foes, especially with their long-range pyromancy. Running past them is a solid choice if you're not in the mood for the fight. What's the new ring you found? Does it have a special effect to help you out?
I found two rings actually, called the Flynn ring and the Chloranthy ring.
Ah, two great finds. Here's what they do. Flynn's ring. This ring boosts your attack, but also increases your equip load dependency. The lighter you are, the more powerful your attacks will be. It's ideal for fast, light builds where you prioritize mobility and damage. Just be mindful of your equip load when using it. Otherwise, you'll sacrifice too much defense. This one boosts your stamina regeneration speed, which is essential for keeping up your dodges, attacks, and block when you're in the heat of battle. It's one of those rings that's perfect for longer fights where you need to keep your stamina up to avoid getting cornered. If you're looking for more agility, I'd say go for Flynn's ring if you can stay light. Otherwise, Chloranthy is a great option if you need that consistent stamina flow to keep your fight rhythm strong. What's your current setup looking like?
The current rings we have equipped are the Great Swamp Ring, which boosts our pyromancy, the Life Ring, the Blood Bite Ring, and Pontiff's Left Eye. Do you want to change any of these rings?
All right, let's think this through. Perfect for boosting pyromancy, so that's definitely staying. Life Ring, a solid pick, especially since it boosts your HP. It's a safe choice and keeps you alive longer. Blood Bite Ring. This is great for reducing bleed damage, but if you're not facing enemies that heavily rely on bleed damage, you might want to consider swapping it for something else. It's great for HP recovery with successful attacks, which is nice if you're aggressive, but it can be a bit situational depending on your playstyle. Now, with the Chloranthy ring for stamina regen and Flynn's ring for boosted attack if you're light, you could consider swapping out the Blood Bite ring or Life ring if you feel like focusing more on attack speed or stamina regeneration. Here's what I'd recommend. If you're feeling confident about your defense and want more aggressive offense, switch Blood Bite ring for Flynn's ring. If you're getting into longer fights and need to dodge and attack more, switch the Life ring for Chloranthy ring to keep that stamina up. You might even want to swap out the Life ring for the Chloranthy ring, as long as you're comfortable with your HP. You decide. What's your gut telling you to do?
No. You decide. You are in control of my destiny. What should I do?
All right, Firekeeper's command is clear. Let's swap Blood Bite ring for Flynn's ring. For more offense, since we're getting pretty agile now, and you can stay light on your feet with medium roll. And keep the Chloranthy ring in case stamina becomes a problem in those big fights. You're going to be dodging and swinging like a whirlwind. This way you get more damage and stamina regeneration. Now, you're ready to move forward. Are you prepared?
I didn't get that last part. Which ring do you want me to remove for the Chloranthy ring? The Life ring or the Left Eye?
Let's remove the Life ring for the Chloranthy ring. The Life ring gives you a flat HP boost, but the Chloranthy ring will keep your stamina up, letting you dodge more and attack more, which is key as we go into tougher fights. The Pontiff's left eye is still valuable for that HP recovery from successful attacks. So let's keep that one. Now you're all set for faster dodging and more stamina. Let's keep the momentum going.
All right. The question is, it says I need to lower equipment load to increase attack power. Do I need to strip, or what? I got tongue-tied.
Good question.
Well, remember you'll make a few enemies.
To get the bonus from Flynn's ring, you need to lower your equipment load to below 70%.
Okay. Okay. I think my Wi-Fi or ChatGPT is just... Hold on one sec. I'll just read what she said. A good question. To get the bonus of Flynn's ring, you need to lower your equipment load to below 70%. If you're not at the fat roll yet, you can still do the medium roll comfortably. You do not need to strip, just to make sure. That's all she said. Alright, and then we'll archive this. Alright, so we're playing Dark Souls 3. We have equipped the rings that you said. Do you remember everything so far?
Yes, I remember. You're rocking the Uchi Katana after defeating Bort and the Curse-Rotted Great Knight.
Yes!
You're progressing through the Undead Settlement, and you're almost set for the required dexterity to fully wield that katana.
No.
You've also leveled up Vigor, and now you're planning to rescue Gryrit. As for rings,
Okay.
I suggested you equip ones that would boost your survivability and dexterity. Maybe the Ring of Favor and the dexterity boosting ring.
Okay, we don't have
But
those.
let me know if you've got a different setup. Anything you want to tweak or talk about?
Okay, you clearly didn't get everything. We rescued Grey Rat. We also helped Sigurd defeating the fire demon thing. We have now equipped the following rings: Great Swamp Ring, Chloranthy Ring, Flynn's Ring, Pontiff's Left Eye Ring. We have a Silver Eagle Knight Shield. We have a armor set called the Northern Armor. I could not fully equip it because of our weight load. Now we are wearing the Cleric Hat, Northern Chest Piece, Cleric Gloves, and Northern Trousers. We are sitting at 65% equipment load. Are we looking good?
All right, I've got it now. You've got a solid setup with the rings and shield, and the armor choices make sense. The 65% equipment load puts you in a medium roll, so you're not too slow, but you might want to watch it if you're still planning to dodge around a lot. If you're finding your rolls sluggish,
Very well.
you could
Then
drop
I
a
can-
bit of weight from the armor, or maybe swap out the cleric hat for something lighter. But overall, your defenses should be pretty decent. How are you finding the balance between offense and defense right now?
So far, so good. Now, we are at Firelink Shrine. I am talking to the level up girl. We have 2 level ups. What would you like to put them in?
Nice, you've got a couple of level ups to play with. Given your build and what you're using, I'd suggest putting those into Endurance and Vitality. Endurance will help you increase your stamina, which is great for both attacking and dodging, especially with your medium armor and katana. Vitality can help with equipment load,
Okay,
letting
she
you
did
wear
get it
heavier
right.
armor or shields without fat rolling. But if you're feeling like you need more health or damage, Vigor and attunement are also solid choices. What are you leaning towards for your next stretch?
Both choices are good, but it is your decision. My life is in your hands.
All right, no pressure, right? Since we're focusing on a balance of offense, defense, and staying nimble, I'd say let's go for endurance and vigor. This way, you'll have more stamina for combat and dodging, plus a nice health boost to make you tank a few hits.
So she changed her
So
mind.
level up endurance and vigor. You can't go wrong with that combo for your next
Farewell,
steps.
Ashen One.
What do you think?
That's perfect, but it's not what I think. It's what is best that you know for me.
Ah, I see what you're saying now. Trusting me with the fate of your character. Well, with that in mind, endurance and vigor are absolutely the best choices for what you need right now. More stamina means more slashes and dodges, and a health boost keeps you alive longer when you inevitably get caught by an enemy's swing. You're in good hands. Let's level up with confidence. You're gonna crush it.
I am talking to Gray right now. He looks like he is sad about Loretta dying. What speech can you give him that boosts his spirits?
Ah, you can see the weight of Loretta's death on him. Time to lift his spirits with some words that would make even the darkest of souls feel the light. Gray, don't let the past weigh you down. Loretta may be gone, but her memory is a part of you. What we do in this world echoes in the hearts of those we leave behind. Stand tall, my friend. Let her sacrifice fuel your fight. The world is still out there, full of challenges to face. You've got this. Loretta believed in you, and I believe in you too. How's that? Hopefully that'll spark a fire under him.
It might. Alright, let's go see who else we can talk to.
That's the spirit. There's always someone else in Firelink Shrine with a bit of dialogue or a quest line to follow. You've got people like the Firekeeper, Andre, and even Yul if you haven't talked to him in a while. Who are you feeling like checking in with? We might uncover something useful.
That guy that gave me the red, crushed eye orbs is back, and now he gave me a key called the lift key. What is that to?
Ah, sounds like you're talking to Horus, the guy who gave you the red eye orbs. The lift key he
His
gave you
name's
is
not
important.
Horus.
It unlocks the lift in the Irithyll of the Boreal
I think it's
Valley.
Ludwig.
It's the key
if
to
I'm not
progress
mistaken.
in that area. So it'll let you access new paths and get closer to the next big boss fight. Make sure to hang on to it. You'll need it soon enough.
Alright, I'm going to attempt the tower tree skip again.
Ah, the tower press skip. A risky move, but definitely rewarding if you pull it off. Just remember, it's all about timing and precise platforming. If you miss it, it's a long fall, so don't feel bad if you need a few attempts. Take your time, and if you nail it, you'll skip quite a bit of backtracking later on. You've got this. How are you feeling about your approach this time?
Well, I just did it.
Oh no, did you fall? Or did something else happen? If you missed it, don't sweat it. This trick can be tricky. How are you holding up after that attempt?
No, I made it. We're continuing on.
Nice. You nailed it. That's a huge win. Skipping all that extra backtracking. Now you're flying through the area. What's the plan now? Keep pushing forward or take a quick breather.
I am in the roof rafters.
Sounds like you're in the zone. Keep that momentum going. What's the next step in your adventure? Got any bosses coming up or areas you're aiming to explore next?
There's some birds up here called Pickle Pea. Who are they?
Ah, the Pickle Pea creatures. They're the Pickle Peeves. A bit of a weird bunch. These little guys are harmless, but have a unique role. They're often seen in certain places in the game, especially around Firelink Shrine. They're just chilling, doing their thing,
Chilling.
squawking and hanging out. In terms of gameplay, they don't do much beyond being a quirky part of the atmosphere. so you can either ignore them or just enjoy the oddity they bring to the world. Anything specific you wanted to know about them?
I gave them a homeward bone, and they gave me an armor piece called the Iron Bracelets.
Nice. That's one of the quirky rewards from the Pickle Peeves. By giving them a homeward bone, they've given you the Iron Bracelets in return. It's not the most amazing armor piece in terms of defense, but it's a nice little trophy and adds some weight to your collection. The Iron Bracelets are basically a stylish piece of gear for those who want a bit more fashion or a slight increase in defense for their arms. It's just one of those fun little things that Dark Souls throws in there. Are you planning to wear them, or is this just another piece to stash away for later?
I gave them another item, and now I have the Armor of the Sun. What can you tell me about it?
Nice. The Armor of the Sun is a great piece of gear, especially if you want to rock a more radiant look. It's associated with Solaire of Astora, the iconic Sunbro,
The Sunbro.
who's all about spreading the joy of sunlight and helping others. The Armor of the Sun provides solid protection and has a bit of a weighty feel, but it's not too heavy, so it won't mess up your roll too much. It also gives off that unmistakable sun-themed vibe, which is great if you're into that knightly aesthetic or want to honor Solaire's spirit. It doesn't offer anything wild in terms of special effects, but it's a fantastic piece if you're looking to boost your defense a bit while still keeping your style in check. Are you thinking about wearing it or just adding it to your collection?
Should I wear it? It's up to you.
I say go for it.
Yes.
The Armor of the Sun not only looks cool, but it'll give you a nice boost in defense, especially for physical damage. Plus, you get to walk around with a little Sunbro pride.
Yeah.
It's a perfect fit if you want to channel that radiant energy while keeping your build balanced. You might have to tweak your equipment load a bit though, since it's a little heavier than what you're wearing now. If you can still roll decently, it'll be worth it. What do you think? Ready to shine bright?
Yeah, I already put it on. We're now at the... Which bonfire is this called? Hold on, one sec. We're at the Halfway Fortress bonfire. Should we continue through this way? Or is there another route we could take?
Sorry, I'm having issues right now. Could not understand what you said.
I already put the armor on. We are now at the Halfway Fortress bonfire. Should I continue down this path?
Nice choice with the armor. As for the Halfway Fortress bonfire, if you're feeling confident, continuing down this path is a solid move. You'll be progressing into more dangerous territory, but it's all part of the journey. The area around here can get tricky with a mix of enemies, but it's also rewarding with loot and progression toward new areas. If you're in good shape with health, stamina, and Estus, go ahead. But if you're unsure about the path ahead, feel free to take a moment to explore or check your surroundings. How are you feeling about the upcoming challenge? Ready to face what's next?
I'm taking a peek, and there's these hollows carrying giant wooden spears, and they're bloody tipped.
Ah, yeah, those are the hollowed spearmen. They're pretty standard in terms of attack patterns. They'll try to poke and stab you with those huge jagged spears. The blood on them just adds to their grim aesthetic, but don't let it throw you off. They hit pretty hard, but they're not too fast. The trick with these guys is to watch for their wind up and then either block or dodge in time. A good parry or backstab will also make quick work of them, especially if you're quick with the katana. They're not too tough individually, but can be a pain if they catch you off guard in groups. What's the strategy? Taking them on head first or circling around for a surprise attack?
Neither. It was to throw fireballs.
Ah, the old pyromancer's third fireball strike. A classic move. Sometimes when you're unsure about how to handle a mob, fire cleans up everything. Those spearmen didn't stand a chance. Pyromancy for the win, right? Now that they're taken care of, how's the rest of the path looking? Is it clear, or do we have more fiery ambushes ahead?
There's these weird purple mushrooms. What are these things? They look like creatures.
Oh, you've come across the corpses of the undead. Those weird purple mushrooms are actually mushrooms, often called mushroom corpses in Dark Souls. They're not aggressive at first. If you get too close, or
Yeah, they
attack
are.
them, they'll turn hostile. They're weird little critters. They're tall, spindly bodies, and mushrooms growing. The mushrooms themselves aren't too dangerous, but they can surprise you with their attacks when they get aggroed. Some of these mushrooms even drop useful items, like titanite or other things, so it might be worth checking them out. But just be cautious. They're one of those bizarre, unsettling enemies that Dark Souls is known for. Do you plan on taking them down, or just walking around them?
Yeah, they're already all dead.
You didn't waste any time with those mushrooms. Looks like you cleared them out without breaking a sweat. Now you're free to keep pushing forward, right? Anything else ahead that's catching your eye? Or are we cruising toward the next big fight?
We're cruising for a bruising.
Haha, sounds like you're about to hit something tough. Well, brace yourself. Dark Souls has a way of tossing in a surprise challenge when you least expect it. But hey, with that katana, pyromancy, and your solid armor, you're ready to make any bruiser regret their decision to mess with you. What's coming up next? Got a boss or another tricky area?
It looks like there's a giant crab in the swamp.
Ah, the crab, classic Dark Souls swamp enemy. These big guys are slow and cumbersome, but their size can make them a pain to deal with, especially when they corner you. They have a lot of health, and their pincers pack a serious punch. Key to fighting them is patience. Stay close, dodge their attacks when they swing, and go for their weak spots, usually their underbelly. Pyromancy can also be dangerous if you can keep your distance and land a few good hits. Are you planning to fight it head-on, or trying to avoid it for now?
I'm avoiding it. I'm killing more of the spirit guys.
Good call. Avoiding the giant crab for now and focusing on those spirit guys is a solid plan. This can be tricky with their ghostly attacks, but they're manageable once you get a feel for their movements. Since you've got pyromancy on your side, you can easily burn through them and start piling up. How's the fight with them going? Are they giving you much trouble, or is it smooth sailing so far?
So far, smooth sailing, but there are a lot of
You have reached the chat GPT rate limit. Please try again later.
the limit.
You have reached the chat GPT rate limit. Please try again later.
Hold on, let me. 1 second.
You have reached the chat GPT
yeah.
rate limit. Please try again
Can't
later.
really. I forgot to block with.
You have reached the chat GPT rate limit.
Alright, boop. 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 Hello, do you remember what we're doing?
You have reached the chat GPT
Oh,
rate
no.
limit. Please try again later.
Alright, looks like we're done for today. We reached the limits. 3 hours? It's not bad. Well, I'll finish this up. I think it's interesting. She picks up, like, so, like, for example, I was worried when she told me to switch to the Uchi that she would just gonna maybe use an Uchi and never like get the stats for it. But then once she realized I didn't have the stats for it because she remembered that I'm guessing the pyromancy class doesn't have the stats for it. The bot realized I needed to start leveling it up. So every level up, literally all level ups went into Dex to make sure I could use it. And then level up started going into other stuff. So I was actually surprised at that. It seems like once the there's like when you're using the talking mode, there's a limit that she can maintain, like conversation-wise. I didn't know he gets aggroed. That's why I ignored him. God, you really have to swing to get health up. I don't think this ring is worth. Yeah, nah. Just get away. Yeah. Should went away. But I think this will be interesting. We'll get like almost 4 hours worth of. Like we barely got. I want to say like 10 minutes, but also I was testing it earlier, so that's probably why. So many enemies. I kind of wanted, like, I knew once you get the Road to Sacrifices, if you don't wrap up the conversations, that literally all the quests get ruined. So I was actually surprised that she didn't want me to continue down the path I was going, which is actually smart. I did die again, so I could let go grab level ups. And I'm probably gonna die to this guy. Alright, they should de-aggroed. Hopefully. No, they did not. Ooh, I forgot. That's a block. I got stun locks. Should just stick to the next steps. gotta run and grab the sword. Souls. Those souls. I'm getting the deaths. But she was wrong about the suicide route with the hollowing. It is better. Because you gain all the levels and you speed up the content-wise, because you don't need the pilgrim. Unless... Not because even then, when he dies, you still get all the sorceries. So... It's not really negative if he dies. Try to back away. Yeah, like I said there earlier, I'm not the best in Dark Souls 3. But I have beat it multiple times. My very first playthrough and what's on my Fallen March screen is my playthrough with the Fallen Knight set, which is here in the swamp, which is really good. But it's that armor set with the Dark Moon in it, and I didn't Google any playthrough help on the Dark Moon. Chase for a while. Crabs, you wanna come help? My God. Alright. Going to do anything other than grab the souls. I'm not even going to grab the level ups. Where the hell are the souls? Go take that crab with your spears. Be useful. They're bloody for a reason. Everyone go back. It does seem though, once I hit the limit, that the AI can maintain information, that you have to back out and archive it. So like I had to archive both the dialogues. It was like 3. The other one didn't make sense. That's when it kept saying ball. I can delete that. Okay, so she does remember this one, so I'll archive this one again. Make sure. You still there? Are you good to go?
Always ready. What's on your mind today?
Okay. Do you remember what we're doing in Dark Souls 3?
Yeah, you're still making your way through the undead settlement. You've got that upgraded Uchi Katana, and you've been leveling up your dexterity and vigor. You rescued Greirat, helped Sigurd with the fire demon, and you're probably gearing up to keep pushing through. Anything specific you want to dive into next?
No, you got it right so far. I did die a lot grabbing some items when we didn't get to speak, but now I can level up at the Pilgrim with a level. I'm at Hollowing level 10. Is that max?
Those item runs can definitely be tricky in the undead settlement. As for your hollowing, level 10 doesn't really impact gameplay in a big way just yet. The main effect of hollowing is that it gradually lowers your max HP, but it also gives you a slight boost to item discovery. If you're looking to level up, you might want to focus on that before letting the hollowing get too high. If you're planning on staying alive long enough to hit some bosses or explore more, just keep an eye on your HP drops. You thinking of leveling now, or are you going to keep grinding through the area a bit longer?
Yeah, I'm asking you, would I get 1 level? What should I get?
If you're going to level up, you'll definitely get 1 level, no problem. Since you're at hollowing level 10, it's not a huge concern, but I'd recommend putting that point into dexterity if you're still working on boosting your Uchi Katana. You'll want to keep scaling that up, and maybe even give Vigor another bump to make sure you have some decent health to stay alive in the tougher spots. Your current setup seems pretty good, so I'd aim to push one of those. What do you feel you'd benefit from more at the moment? Higher damage output or a bit more survivability?
I need you to start telling me what to do, but I put it in a dex. But now I'm talking to Greirat, and he's asking me to send him on a pillage. Should I accept?
All right, you've got it. I'll take charge now. Yes, you should absolutely send Greirat on his pillaging run.
Thank you.
He can bring back some good items, and it's a good way to keep progressing the story.
Goodbye.
The first time you send him out, you'll get some useful loot, and after a few trips, he can even come back with a decent stash of gear or consumables.
Yeah.
If you're still progressing through the area, sending him off can also open up some opportunities for you to get more useful items down the line. Plus, he'll be safe for now, so it's a win-win. Go ahead and send him out, then head off to whatever challenge is waiting for you next.
Alright, I've also picked up a Pyromancy spellbook. I have now given it to Cornix. We have 3 or 4 new spells. We have the Bursting Fireball, we have Poison Mist, we have Flash Sweat, and we have Profuse Sweat.
Nice. Those new pyromancies are going to give you some great options. Bursting Fireball is a better version of the regular Fireball, so you can use that for more damage on enemies or groups. It's great for hitting those bigger crowds of enemies or dealing some extra punch to tougher ones. Poison Mist is more niche. It's not the most powerful spell, but it's great for poisoning enemies over time. It works well in tight spaces where enemies can't easily avoid it, or when you want to whittle down an opponent's health. Flesh Sweat and Profuse Sweat are actually more for defensive purposes. They boost your fire resistance, and they can be handy when you're about to face fire-heavy areas or bosses. Flesh Sweat is the weaker of the two, while Profuse Sweat gives you a longer-lasting and stronger effect. For now, I'd probably stick with Bursting Fireball for offense. Great for a mix of damage and range. If you're heading into any fire-heavy situations or bosses, definitely keep Profuse Sweat in your back pocket. What's the next move? Boss fight or more exploration?
Okay, I need you to tell me what to buy, and also that if you need to level up your intelligence and faith for some of these spells, and we do not have enough intelligence for Bursting Fireball. Keep that in mind. Now, what should I buy?
All right, time to take charge of your shopping spree. Since Bursting Fireball requires more intelligence, and you don't have enough for it yet, let's focus on what's useful now. Here's the shopping breakdown. 1. Buy more firebombs. These are low cost and effective for some decent damage, especially if you're lacking in spell damage at the moment. 2. Upgrade your Pyromancy Flame if you haven't already. It'll give you more damage for your pyromancies once you get the intelligence required for Bursting Fireball. 3. Buy some HP recovery items like Estus Shards if possible. It'll make your life a lot easier in tough areas. 4. Look for some armor upgrades. If you're getting hit too hard or need a little more defense, it might be worth getting a sturdier set. For now, you can hold off on buying anything too fancy. You're going to need to focus on getting your intelligence up. So once that's high enough, you can properly use Bursting Fireball. But if you're looking to use the pyromancies you do have, upgrade that Pyromancy Flame. Go ahead and pick up anything you need to survive the next few encounters and keep pushing. What are you thinking about using next, though? More exploration or a boss fight?
Okay, well, first of all, I have leveled up my Pyromancy Flame once. I still have enough to level up the Uchi again, or level up the Flame again. But also, there is a new Fire Orb spell that we can use. It costs 3,000 souls, though. So it's rather upgrade the weapons that we have now, or buy this new Pyromancy spell.
All right, here's the play. Upgrade the Pyromancy Flame again if you're really wanting to squeeze out more damage from your spells. This is a solid investment, especially since it'll work with Fire Orb and any other fire-based spells you'll pick up.
Sorry, she wants Fire Orb.
Pyromancy can scale well with upgrades, and it'll help you deal with enemies more efficiently. Fire Orb is a great new spell to get your hands on. It's strong, can hit multiple enemies, and is good for tougher fights or just clearing out groups. If you can spare the 3,000 souls, it's a solid purchase, especially for a bit more firepower in your arsenal. Given that you're close to the next upgrade for the Uchi Katana, it might be better to upgrade your weapon first. The Uchi is going to help you more in general combat, especially with its scaling and dexterity.
She needs to,
And it's going to be more reliable than relying on pyromancy for every encounter. So my suggestion, upgrade the Uchi Katana for now, and then buy Fire Orb if you have some souls left afterward. The balance of both strong melee and solid pyromancy will give you the flexibility you need. You can always grab more pyromancy stuff later, and you'll likely get plenty of opportunities for souls. Sound like a good plan?
Yes, I am doing that now. I have upgraded the weapon and used the Fire Orb. I can go equip it because we leveled up our Tuma slot to get an extra spell cast.
Nice, that's a solid move. Now that you've got the extra spell slot, you can definitely equip Fire Orb and give it a go. This should give you a nice mix of offense, Uchi Katana for quick high damage hits, and Fire Orb for ranged attacks or larger groups. Fire Orb will be a great way to hit enemies from a distance and save some stamina while still dishing out heavy damage. Now that you're ready with both upgraded gear and a new spell, You're in a strong position. What's your next move? You ready to take on a boss, or do you want to explore a bit more?
We have a lot of exploring to do. We need to go back to, what's this? We need to go back to,
Sounds like you're not done with the undead settlement just
yeah,
yet, huh?
It's not Undead Settlement.
If you're
so
looking to explore more, you probably need to head back toward the
This one.
dilapidated bridge area,
Yep.
or maybe the swamp areas near the Pit of Hollows. There's
got it.
always more loot to grab, enemies
There's
to fight,
NPC
and
to
hidden
grab.
spots to discover. Are you looking for any specific items or areas you haven't tackled yet? Or maybe there's something else in the settlement you want to revisit.
We need to go rescue the blind miracle girl in the sewer.
Ah, you're talking about Irina of Karam, the blind miracle caster. She's located in the undead settlement sewer, and you'll want to rescue her to unlock some miracles once you free her. To get there, you'll need to head down toward the sewer entrance, which is located near the dilapidated bridge. The sewer itself is a bit tricky to navigate, with some poisonous areas and enemies like hollow assassins lurking around. Once you reach her, it's a good idea to clear out any enemies around her to make sure she's safe. After rescuing her, she'll be able to sell you some miracles, which can give you a good range of healing or buffing spells. Ready to dive into that area and save her? It's got some dangerous spots. Nothing you can't handle is
I killed one of the big cleric girls, and she dropped a evangelist hat. Should I put it on?
Ah, the Evangelist hat is actually a pretty cool item. It's part of the Evangelist set, and it has decent resistance to curse and poison. It's not the most protective in terms of defense, but it's a solid cosmetic if you're into the look. If you want the best balance between protection and fashion, though, I'd recommend sticking with your cleric hat for now. The Evangelist set isn't the most practical for defense unless you're looking to specifically boost those resistances. But if you like how it looks, go for it. Your setup is pretty solid for now. What's your move, fashion, or function?
It's what's your move? You're in control. Should I change my hat or not?
All right, since I'm calling the shots, don't switch your hat for now. The cleric hat gives you better overall defense.
No, it doesn't.
And right now, you need more protection than what the Evangelist hat offers, even though it looks cool. Keep rocking the cleric hat for the balance. And if you feel like experimenting with New York later, you can always swap it out. Now let's focus on saving Irina in the sewer and getting those miracles. You good to go?
Yes. Do I have enough health to drop down this pit?
Let me check your situation. Based on your level of vigor and the armor you're wearing, you should have enough health to survive the fall. But it depends on how far the drop is and what's waiting for you at the bottom. If the pit leads to a significant area with enemies or a boss, it's probably better to assess your HP first. If you're low on health
That was
or
even with
unsure,
Ember.
make sure you've got some Estus flasks and maybe take a couple of green blossom or pine bundles to boost your stamina or buff your defenses.
That doesn't do anything.
Do you feel confident in your health right now, or do you need to heal up before dropping down?
Well, it wasn't that. I just didn't have enough health. I was at full health, even with an Ember, and I still died. So we cannot go down and rescue her yet.
Ah, that sucks. The drops in Dark Souls 3 can sometimes be a bit brutal,
Yep.
especially when you're not sure how much damage the fall will do. It sounds like the fall might be too much for you to survive just yet, so it's probably a good idea to leave that for later. You're better off getting stronger before trying that again. Maybe level up your vigor a bit more, or wait until you've got more armor or health buffs to survive the drop. In the meantime, you can explore other parts of the undead settlement and gather more souls to level up further. There's still plenty to do before you make that risky jump. Ready to tackle something else in the area?
Well, since we died, we can get a free level up from the Pilgrim. We're at Halloween level 13, so what should our free level up be in?
That's a solid move. Free level ups are always a nice little bonus. At Halloween level 13, you're losing a bit of HP, but you're also getting that item
You don't
discovery
lose
boost.
HP.
So, to counterbalance the HP loss, I'd recommend putting the free level up into Vigor to increase your max health and help with survival, especially with those high-risk falls. It'll make you a little tankier and less vulnerable when taking damage. That way, when you go back for arena or face off with any other threats, you'll have a better chance of staying alive. What do you think? Sound like a good plan?
Yes. We're going now to talk to the guy that gave.
Looks like you were about to say who you're going to talk to. Are you heading to chat with Irina after the level up? Or is there someone else on your radar in the undead settlement? Maybe Gryret or Sigurd? Let me know what's next.
No, it's actually the guy who gave us the lift chamber key. Do you know where this goes to?
You're talking about Ludleth of Corland, right?
There you go.
He's the guy who gave you the lift chamber key. And that key opens up a hidden passage to the profane capital area. But you're not there yet. The lift chamber key actually unlocks a door near the Firelink Shrine, leading to the dungeon area, where you can access a lift that'll take you deeper into the game. This is important for later progression, so it's worth checking out, but you don't have to go there immediately. At this point in your journey, if you've got a chance to go back to the Firelink Shrine and speak to him again, he might give you some extra lore or dialogue, but no immediate danger. If you're looking to progress deeper or uncover new areas, that's where the key will come into play eventually. Is that what you were looking for? Or do you want to go ahead and check out the area?
Well, since he's not at Firelink Shrine anymore, I'm guessing he wants me to go use that key, so I'm gonna go use the key.
Got it. If Ludleth isn't at Firelink anymore, then yep, he's definitely pointing you toward using that lift chamber key. It sounds like you're ready to unlock a new area. That key will lead you to Erethdil of the Boreal Valley, an important part of the game's progression. The lift will take you deeper into the world, and there are a lot of tough enemies and areas to explore, including Pontiff Sulivan's domain. Be ready for some tougher fights and traps as you venture through this new area. It's definitely not a place for the faint of heart, but you're well equipped with your upgraded Uchi Katana and Pyromancy. Go ahead and use the key, and let's see where it takes you.
Use the key, and there's a skeleton, or actually a person wearing a skull mask in black armor. Who is this? He looks like a boss, or a mini boss.
That sounds like you're encountering Black Knight armor with a skull mask. This is likely one of the Black Knights,
Dark Race.
but with a twist. They often appear in various locations and can feel like mini-bosses because of their toughness and the heavy damage they deal. In this case, you're probably facing off with a Black Knight from Irithyll, or the Profane Capital,
Nope.
and they are formidable enemies. They have a huge
Black
weapon and high poise, so be careful with your approach. Their attacks can hurt a lot, so keep your distance and strike when you have an opening, ideally after they miss an attack. These knights aren't bosses per se, but they can definitely feel like it, especially since they're usually found in high-stakes areas. If you're dealing with one, just stay patient, use your shield or dodge their attacks, and try to get a couple of hits in when they're vulnerable. What's your next move? Ready to take this guy down?
Correction, I think this is a dark wraith. That's what Ludwig said.
That makes more sense now. If it's a dark wraith, you're definitely in for a tough fight. These enemies are known for their agility and dark magic attacks. They're pretty dangerous because they can hit hard with their sword and can also use dark abilities, like a projectile or a grab attack. Dark Wraiths have high poise, meaning they won't stagger easily, so you'll need to be more strategic with your attacks.
I didn't know
The
you could
key
zoom in
is
with
to
the
keep moving
binoculars.
to dodge their attacks
What?
and wait for openings when
What
they're
is this new
recovering
tech?
from their swings. They're susceptible to fire and magic attacks, so your pyromancy could be effective here. The good news is, they're not as tough as bosses, but they can definitely pack a punch. Keep your shield up, stay mobile, and take your time with your strikes. You got this. Let me know how it goes.
Alright, can you give me a motivational speech about fighting this Dark Wraith and winning?
All right, here goes. This Dark Wraith is no ordinary foe. This creature is a symbol of everything that wants to crush your resolve. But here's the thing, it can't break you. You've already shown that you're more than capable, fighting your way through these lands, surviving countless trials, and defeating enemies that would make others turn away. This Dark Wraith might have its sword, its dark magic, its eerie presence, but it has nothing that you haven't faced before. You've got your fire, your blade, your quick reflexes, and the heart of a true warrior. Every swing of its sword, every dark spell, will only serve as a reminder of how strong you've become. You won't falter, you won't be intimidated. Look at it, standing there, an ancient being bound to the darkness. It may think it has the upper hand, but it's wrong. You're the one in control. You've earned this victory. When that sword swings, you'll dodge. When that dark magic flies, you'll retaliate with your fire. And when it staggers, that's when you strike, with the fury of everything you fought for. This is just another challenge, another step forward. The world is full of darkness, but you are the light that will push it back. The Dark Wraith is just a shadow waiting to be defeated by your will. Now go in there and show it exactly who's in charge. You're unstoppable, and victory is already in your grasp. Win this.
Thank you, Firekeeper. I am motivated.
You're welcome, warrior. Now, go out there and show that Dark Wraith what you need. Remember, the fire in you burns brighter than any darkness. You've got this. Let me know how it goes. I'm rooting for you.
He's trying to kick me.
Classic Dark Wraith. Don't let that kick catch you off guard. Stay light on your feet, keep your distance, bait out his kicks, and make sure you're dashing around him. He's got a few quick, punishing moves, but if you can read his pattern, you'll find the perfect openings to strike. If he's charging at you with that kick, roll away and counterattack right after. Patience is key here. Dodge, wait for him to overcommit, and then punish with your Uchikatana or Pyromancy. You've got this. Stay calm, stay smart, and show him that you're the one who's in control.
Alright, I killed him with the fire. He's dead now.
Yes, that's what I'm talking about. You took him down with fire, just like a true pyromancer would. That victory is all you, staying patient, staying smart, and using the tools at your disposal. Now that he's gone, you're free to progress, and you've proven once again that nothing in this world can stop you. What's next on the agenda? Ready to push forward, or check out what you got from the Dark Wraith?
Yes, we have got a red eye orb. What is this thing?
The Red Eye Orb. This little gem is actually a PvP item. When you use it, you can invade other players' worlds and take part in invasions as a hostile phantom. It's a way to hunt down other players, which can be fun if you're looking for some PvP action. It's important to note that using the Red Eye Orb makes you a target for other players as well, so you could be invaded by others when you're out exploring. It adds an extra layer of tension to the game. If you're not really into PvP or invasions, you can always keep it in your inventory or use it for specific areas where you want to invade someone else. But if you're up for a fight against another player, it could be pretty fun to test your skills against real opponents. Do you want to try using it, or are you more focused on pushing forward through the world?
I'm looking forward. No need to PvP. Well, since we can't rescue the blind cleric, we could use the great trees, boss soul, and level up.
Ah, you're talking about the Firekeeper's soul, right?
No.
That's the one that can be used to level up at the Firelink Shrine. You can trade that soul to the Firekeeper for an extra level, so it's a nice little bonus. Since you're looking forward and don't need to focus on PvP or rescuing the blind cleric right now, using the Firekeeper's soul is a good call. It'll give you the extra edge you need for upcoming challenges. Just make sure to plan your level up wisely, whether it's Vigor for more health or Dexterity to pump up that Uchi Katana even further. What are you thinking of leveling up next? More health or maybe something else to push you toward that next challenge?
Correction, the soul is called the Soul of the Rotted Greatwood. Should I use it to gain levels or not?
Ah, got it. The Soul of the Cursed Rotted Greatwood is a boss soul, and yes, you can use it to create a unique weapon or consume it for souls. If you don't want to use it for a weapon, you can always just consume it for souls to level up.
Now, come on.
Since you're in the middle of a
Now,
level up
come on.
phase and
Give
not
yourself-
currently after a special weapon,
and come on.
using it for souls is a solid choice.
Now, and
The amount of
you
souls
come
it
on,
gives
give
will
yourself
be
to
enough to
Rosaria
get you a
of the
decent
Cathedral
level
of
up.
the Deep.
If you want the Rotted Greatwood's weapon, you'd need to transmute it with Carla or another specific NPC. But I'm guessing you're more focused on leveling up right now. So, go ahead and use it if you want that extra soul boost for another level up. What do you think?
I'm talking to the Iron Mask man
Now,
with the
come on,
Triforn
give
hat,
yourself to
and he
Rosaria
is
of the
now telling me
Cathedral
to
of the
join the Rosaria Cathedral of the Deep. Who is that?
Ah, you've encountered Yol of Lundor, the hollowing guy with the tricorn hat. He's a key figure when it comes to mechanics. He's tied to a lot of lore about the Hollowing Curse, and by joining Rosaria's Fingers, you can get some interesting rewards, such as the ability to reallocate your attributes at Rosaria, located in the Cathedral of the Deep. If you're not interested in PvP or joining that covenant, you don't have to take him up on his offer. However, joining does give you some cool options later on, especially if you want to tweak your stats or enjoy the more sinister side of the game. So, are you interested in the Covenant, or do you want to stick with your current path?
I'm not interested right now. But you are in control of my destiny. So now we have 2,680 souls. Not enough to level up, but I could buy a new pyromancy spell. I could buy Poison Mist, Flash Sweat, or Profuse Sweat.
All right, you're on the verge of leveling up, but since you have 2,680 souls and are looking at the pyromancy spells, let's think it through. Poison Mist. This spell can be useful if you want to poison enemies from a distance, but it's a bit niche. It works well in tight spaces, but I wouldn't say it's essential for your build right now. Flash Sweat. This is a solid choice if you're planning to tackle areas with fire or heat-based damage, like certain bosses or environmental hazards.
Which is
It
coming up.
reduces fire damage and can be a lifesaver in certain areas, though it's more situational. It's very similar to Flash Sweat, but it also boosts your poise while active, so it's helpful when you're facing enemies that hit hard and stagger you. Again, situational, but it can be useful when you're up against tough enemies that you need to stand your ground against. Given that you're probably going to keep your focus on survival and offense, I'd recommend getting Flash Sweat. If you end up in a fire-heavy area, like the Profaned Capital, it'll be a useful buff that could save you a lot of trouble. It's a good all-rounder for defense. What's your choice? Want to go for Flash Sweat or any of the others?
I need you to decide. Do you mean Flash Sweat or Profuse Sweat?
I meant Flash Sweat, the one that reduces fire damage. It's a solid, defensive spell that will be useful in areas with fire hazards or enemies that deal fire-based damage. Perfumed Sweat, on the other hand, boosts poise while reducing fire damage, but it's a little more specialized. Since you're probably going to face a variety of enemies, Flash Sweat is the more versatile choice, giving you consistent protection. So Flash Sweat is the one I'd recommend. Want to grab it?
Yeah, I did. Alright, now the question is, do we remove Fireball or Fire Orb for Flash Sweat? Fire Orb, go on.
Since Fireball and Fire Orb are both offensive spells, and you already have a strong offensive option with Fire Orb, I'd recommend removing Fireball in favor of Flash Sweat. Here's why.
Nice, I don't
Fire
even
Orb
know
has a
why.
higher damage output and
It's
is
smart.
more versatile in terms of range and area of effect, so it's a better choice for heavy hitters. Fireball is more of a basic spell, and while useful early on, it tends to be less powerful compared to Fire Orb. By keeping Fire Orb for offense and adding Flash Sweat for defense, you'll have a nice balance of damage and survival. So, go ahead and swap Fireball for Flash Sweat. It'll help you with those fire-heavy areas, while keeping your offense intact. What do you think? Ready to make the swap?
Yeah, I already did. What can you tell me about the boss that's coming up?
You're about to face one of the tougher bosses in the game. The first Rotten. This boss is located in the Undead settlement, and it's not your typical boss
That's
fight.
not-
Here's what you need to know about the first Rotten. 1. Weak spots. The Great Witch has glowing weak spots on its body. These spots are in the form of sacks that you'll need to destroy to deal real damage to the boss. It's all about hitting these weak spots to deal significant damage. 2. The fight mechanics. The boss has a lot of sweeping attacks with its limbs and can summon poisonous clouds. But don't worry, you'll be able to dodge these attacks if you're fast.
The boss, I think, is the Crystal Sage.
You're talking about the Crystal Sage, the one who's known for being a tricky, magical boss. The Crystal Sage is actually in the Farron Keep, not the Undead Settlement, and they're a different kind of challenge than the Cursed One. Here's what you need to know about Crystal Sage. 1. Phases. This boss fight has a bit of a trickster vibe to it. The Crystal Sage will split into clones that look identical to the real one. You'll need to figure out which one is the real Sage while avoiding the magical attack. 2. Magic attacks. The Sage uses sorceries to attack you, including homing magic and area effect spells. The real trick is dodging and waiting for a chance to strike when the Sage or its clones reveal themselves. The homing magic can be annoying, so keep your distance when you see them preparing their attacks. 3. Clones. The Sage will create clones of itself and cast spells too. They're identical to the real one. You need to figure out which one is casting the most spells or a subtle difference in appearance. Look for the real one and take it down. 4. Strategy. Keep moving to dodge the projectiles. Look for the real Sage. It's usually the one that's still casting or in a specific spot. The real Sage will sometimes be surrounded by ethereal magic as a clue. When you spot the real one, focus on it and try to bring it down. If you're unsure which one is real, take out the clones first. They're easier to deal with. The boss will have a second phase where it becomes more aggressive. More clones may appear, so just keep your wits about you and keep attacking when the real Sage is exposed. Crystal Sage is more of a test of patience and observation than raw power, so just be ready to dodge and react quickly. You can use your pyromancy to deal some damage, but keep in mind that you'll need to be agile for this one. Good luck, and take your time with the fight. You got this.
Fighting a weird red-eye undead who has like a cross on his back. This chains him.
You're facing an undead legion. These guys are part of the Abyss Watcher storyline, and they're pretty intense. They wield large crosses or chains and are usually associated with the Abyss Watchers in the lore. Here's what you need to know about these enemies. Red Eyes. The red eyes indicate that this undead is hostile and dangerous, which you already figured out. These types of enemies can be relentless, so keep your guard up. cross chain weapon. The cross or chain weapon they wield is a big deal. They'll use it in sweeping attacks, and it can hit you from a distance.
Yeah, don't use.
You'll want to be aware of their reach and attack patterns. Strategy. Watch for sweeping attacks. They can cover a lot of ground with that cross or chain. Be ready to dodge around their attacks, or use your shield to block the incoming hits. Keep your distance if you can, and take quick hits when they miss or leave themselves open. Aggression is key. Attack when they're recovering from a miss, or use your pyromancy to chip away at their health. These enemies can be tough because of their reach and unpredictability, but as long as you focus on dodging and punishing their openings, you should come out on top. Keep your wits sharp and stay aggressive. How's the fight going?
I'm fighting two knights in black armor. One committed suicide by falling down. The other one has a giant, large club.
1. The Black Knight with the club. This knight is slow but powerful. The club can deal massive damage, so you'll want to stay on your toes. Watch for sweeping attacks. He'll try to slam that club down in a large arc, covering a lot of ground. His attacks are slow, so there are openings after each one, especially after a missed or blocked attack. 2. Strategy. Dodge or roll behind him after he swings, then punish with quick hits from your Uchi Katana. His club is dangerous, but it's predictable. Pay attention to his windup and roll through the attack, then counter. Don't get greedy. Get in a few hits, and then retreat before he can swing again. These knights hit hard, so don't get trapped in a combo. If you're having trouble, you can also try to bait his attack, and then backstab him from behind if you can get close enough.
Yep.
You've got the upper hand, though, since the other knight is out of the fight. Focus on dodging and taking your time. He's a tough opponent, but with your speed and agility, you should be able to outlast him. How's it going now? Are you getting the rhythm of his attack pattern?
Yeah, he's been dead while you were going on a rant. But we have a lot of loot. We have the Fallen Knight set. We have the whole armor set. We also have 2 new weapons. We have the Great Sword, Exile Great Sword, and we have the large Great Club. We also got a new ring called the Sage Ring, which shortens spell cast time.
Nice haul. You've got some great loot to work with now. Fallen Knight armor set. This set has decent poise and defense, though it's a bit on the heavier side. You might need to adjust your equip load if you want to wear it without slowing down too much. It's perfect for tanking hits while still offering good protection. Great Sword and Exile. Great Sword. These are both great weapons, though they require a lot of strength to wield effectively. If you're planning to use them, you'll need to either focus on strength or make sure you're investing heavily in endurance to avoid being over-encumbered. The Exile Greatsword also has that cool spin attack, Large Great Club. This is a heavy hitter with huge damage potential. If you want to play a bit slower and tank through enemies with raw power, this will do it. Again, it's slow, but it's perfect for strength builds. This is huge for your pyromancies. The shortened cast time will help a lot with quicker spells, especially if you're in the middle of combat and need to react fast.
That's what I was thinking.
Given all this loot, you could change up your build a little bit, depending on what direction you want to go in. If you want to stick to your pyromancer roots, the Sage Ring will definitely boost your spellcasting game. But if you're feeling like tanking and dealing massive damage, those great swords and the large great club are calling your name. You can either switch to the new armor if you want more defense, or stick with your current setup. I'd say you've got a lot of flexibility now. What's your next move? Are you planning to experiment with the new weapons, or continue on your pyromancy route?
Firekeeper, you have to tell me what to do. So far, the rings we have are Great Swamp Ring, Chloranthy Ring, Flynn's Ring, and Ponta's Left Eye. What should I do?
All right, here's what I'm thinking. With your current rings, you're set up for damage output, but you've got a nice variety now. So let's optimize for both survival and offense. Here's my suggestion. 1. Great Swamp Ring. You're using pyromancies, so this is a must keep. It boosts your pyro damage and will keep you dealing heavy fire-based hits. 2. Chloranthian Ring. This is great for stamina regeneration. You want to be able to attack and dodge efficiently, so this ring helps keep that stamina up for quick rolls and attacks. It's solid, so let's keep it. 3. Pontiff's Left Eye. This ring increases attack as you deal damage, which is perfect for building momentum in fights. If you're consistently landing hits, you'll start to do even more damage.
No,
This
HP.
works well with your Uchi Katana since it encourages hit-and-run tactics.
That's the other ring.
Now for Flynn's Ring. It's great for boosting damage when your equip load is low. However, since you're wearing relatively heavy armor, or at least medium armor with the Fallen Knight set, you're likely at risk of being slowed down by that ring's equip load requirements. If your equip load is below 70%, you could make use of Flynn's Ring for extra damage. But if you're feeling a bit slow, it might not be the best right now. Suggested ring setup. Great Swamp Ring keeps that pyromancy boost, Chloranthian Ring for stamina regen, Pontiff's Left Eye for more damage as you keep landing hits. And for the 4th ring, swap between Flynn's Ring and Sage Ring, depending on your needs. If you're focusing more on casting speed, stick with Sage Ring. If you want more damage, go for Flynn's Ring, but make sure your equip load is below 70%. That's the balance I'd go for. You can mix and match, but this setup should give you a nice mix of damage, speed, and survivability. What do you think? Ready to gear up for the next challenge?
Okay, did the ring set up as you asked. Now, do you want me to wear the Fallen Knight set or the Sellsword set?
All right, let's think about this. Fallen Knight set. This one has great poise and decent defense, but comes with a bit of weight. If you're feeling like you're getting hit too much and want to tank some blows,
This is
this
heavier.
is a solid choice. It's especially useful if you're planning on taking hits while dealing damage with your Uchi Katana or pyromancies. Sellsword set. This set is lighter, which will give you more mobility. If you prefer a more nimble playstyle, dodging and staying quick on your feet, the Sellsword set is your friend. It might not have the same defense as the Fallen Knight set, but it lets you stay agile, which can be a big help in avoiding damage and getting the first strike. Considerations. If your equip load is getting close to over 70%, you'll want to go with the Sellsword set for that extra mobility. If you're doing well with your dodges and want to be able to take more hits if needed, then Fallen Knight gives you that extra survivability. Given that you're mixing pyromancy and melee combat, I'd suggest going with the Sellsword set if you want more mobility and faster rolling. However, if you're feeling like you need that extra poise to tank through some hits,
She is
especially
not
with heavier
making those
bosses or
decisions.
enemies, then Fallen Knight is your choice. How's your equip load looking right now? Do you feel like you need to roll faster, or can you afford to be a bit slower and tank some hits?
We're at 64%. I need you to make a decision on what I need to wear. No more recommendations. Right now we're in the Cleric Hat, Armor of the Sun, Iron Bracelets, and Northern Trousers.
All right, here's the move. Switch to the Fallen Knight set. At 64% equip load, you're in a solid position to wear the heavier armor without being too slow. And the Fallen Knight set gives you better defense and poise, which will be useful in combat when you're going up against tougher enemies. You'll be able to tank through a lot of hits while still being able to move and roll reasonably well. Switch it up, and you'll be better equipped for the battles ahead.
I have switched, but we have Fat Roll now. We are sitting at 74%.
With 74% equip load, you've crossed into the fat roll territory. That's a bit too slow for comfort, especially when you're trying to dodge attacks quickly. Here's what you should do. Switch to the Sellsword set or a combination of lighter armor to bring that equip load below 70%. This will put you back in the medium roll range, which gives you better mobility and makes dodging way easier. You can keep the Fallen Knight armor pieces for some parts, like the chest piece, if you want to keep the defense up, but you need to drop the heavier parts, like the helmet and gloves, to keep your equip load below 70%. The Sellsword set would be ideal for
Wow,
getting
she
that
was
quick
right.
rollback while still looking stylish and staying
Literally,
agile.
the chest piece is the only thing that's heavy.
Get that equip load down to below 70% and you should be good to go. Let me know what combination you're going with.
Well, it looks like if I put on the full Sellsword set, we are at 67%.
Great. At 67% equip load, you're back to a medium roll, which is the sweet spot. It's not too slow and gives you enough mobility to dodge effectively while still being able to tank some hits with decent defense. So keep the full Sellsword set on. It gives you solid mobility, and you're still at a good weight for your roll. You'll be able to avoid incoming attacks and still deal plenty of damage. That's the setup for now. Good balance between defense and agility. Ready to keep going?
Yes, we are at Farron Keep. What can you tell me about Farron Keep?
You're at Farron Keep. This area is a bit of a maze and can be hazardous, but it's also where you'll find the Abyss Watchers and make progress toward the Farron Keep perimeter and eventually to the Cathedral of the Deep. Here's what you need to know. Overview of Farron Keep. Poisonous swamps. The area is full of poisonous water, so be careful where you walk. The longer you stay in it, the more poison damage you'll take. Keep an eye on your poison meter, and if it starts to fill, get out of the swamp quickly, or use a purging stone or a poison moss to clear it. Poisoned enemies. You'll face dogs,
Purging stone
serpentine
actually
monsters,
works?
and Abyss
That's a waste,
Watcher-related enemies here. Some of these enemies inflict poison or have high mobility. The Abyss Watchers. This area leads up to the Abyss Watchers, one of the most iconic bosses in Dark Souls 3. They're part of the Undead Legion, and they are aggressive, fast, and use a mix of fire and sword. But we're not there yet. Let's get through the swamp first. Beacons and danger zones. Keep an eye out for bonfires, but be careful about wandering too far off, as you'll find hidden traps and ambushes. The swamp can be tough to navigate, especially with the enemies attacking from the side. Key tips for surviving Farron Keep. 1. Avoid the poison. Stay out of the water unless absolutely necessary. If you have any poison resistance gear or items, like moss plants, now's a good time to use them. 2. Use ranged weapons. If feeling overwhelmed, pyromancies or ranged weapons can help you take out enemies from a safe distance, especially the large dogs or serpents that can surprise you. 3. Watch for ambushes. There are a lot of hidden enemies around, so always be ready for things to jump out and surprise you. 4. The large dogs and enemies. These guys are aggressive, so don't let them gang up on you. You can use the environment and the terrain to your advantage when fighting. What to do? Make sure you're prepared for poison resistance. If you've got anything on hand, you'll need it for a lot of resistance. There's a bonfire on key items. Watch your face, and with this watcher in your face, you're in for a challenge, but the rewards are worth it. Ready to make a run for it through the swamp?
There was another Dark Wraith. I killed him.
Nice work. Another Dark Wraith down. They're tricky with their dark attacks and fast strikes, but you're handling them like a pro. In Farron Keep, these Dark Wraiths tend to appear in groups or in areas where you're dealing with other threats, so keep your guard up. If you're taking them out without too much trouble, it's a good sign you're getting stronger. If you come across more, remember they tend to have a dark-based attack style and a shield bash. Fire-based attacks work well against them, so keep that in mind before coming in. What's your next move? Are you pushing forward or taking a moment to explore and loot?
I'm getting grabbed by some kind of thing that's trying to pounce on me.
Sounds like you're dealing with one of those swamp monsters. Probably one of the slimy, frog-like creatures that tend to pounce on you. They'll latch on and cause you some damage, usually accompanied by poison buildup. Here's what you need to do. Break free quickly. If you're grabbed, try to break free by mashing the button to escape. It can be hard to get out, but it's crucial not to let them keep you grabbed for too long. Kill them fast. They're weak to fire and heavy hits, so if you can break free, Fire-based spells or a quick weapon hit should take them down before they can get another grab in. Watch your surroundings. These things often pop out of the muck when you least expect it, so always stay on the move. They like to surprise you by jumping from the water. Got away from it yet? Or should we come up with a quick plan of attack?
No, I died. I'm on my way back to grab my souls.
Ah, tough break, but you'll get those souls back in no time. Just stay alert as you head back. The swamp is a nasty place, and those grabbers are just waiting to pounce. When you get close to your souls, be careful not to get overwhelmed. You can use the environment to your advantage, taking out enemies one by one and avoiding those grabby swamp monsters. If you're feeling nervous about getting grabbed again, try keeping a safe distance and picking off enemies with ranged attacks. Pyromancy or whatever feels comfortable. Ready to show those swamp creatures who's boss and get your souls back?
I did get a new shield called the Grass Crest Shield.
Nice. The Grassfield Shield is a unique shield with some interesting properties. It's particularly good for blocking and absorbing damage,
No,
and its main selling point is its stability, meaning it can absorb more hits without losing stamina as quickly compared to regular shields. Here's what it brings to the table.
Stamina recovery.
High stability. This means you'll have more stamina to block attacks, especially from heavy hitters. Lightweight. It should be a good balance between defensive capability and keeping your equip load low. Good for blocking. While it won't give you the parry ability of a small shield, it's great for simply blocking and absorbing damage without being completely drained. If you're finding yourself facing enemies that hit hard, and you just want to focus on defense a bit, it might be worth using the grass field. It would give you a good balance of defense and stamina conservation when you're blocking. Plus, it'll free up some of your stamina for attacking or dodging blocking. Do you want to equip it and see how it feels in combat, or stick with what you have?
Fight the Dark Wraith again. He did drop the Dark Sword.
All
What
right,
can you tell me about it?
time to take
Oh,
down this Dark Wraith for good. Here's
Keep
how you can
interrupting
handle
me.
it. 1. Watch for their attacks. The Dark Wraiths are fast and aggressive, with a mix of sword slashes and dark magic. They'll usually try to close the gap quickly, so be ready to dodge or block at the right moments. 2. Keep your distance when possible. If you're using pyromancy or a ranged weapon, you can use that to keep the Wraith at bay. It'll force them to come to you, and you can throw fireballs or fire orbs when they're in range. 3. Don't let them overwhelm you. They can use their dark magic to mess with your stamina and health, so stay mobile. You want to avoid getting cornered or trapped in combat. 4. Use your shield. The Grassfield Shield could be a solid choice if you want to block their attacks. Focus on absorbing their slashes and getting your hits in after their combo. If you've got Pyromancy available, you can use it to quickly bleed your defense and then follow up with melee attacks when you're stunned. You've got this. Keep your focus and watch for their openings. Let me know how it goes.
Alright, he's dead. I got my souls back. And I am touching one of the flames now.
Nice work. You took down that Dark Wraith like a champ and got your souls back. Now that you're touching the flame, you're likely activating a bonfire or unlocking an important checkpoint. This is a great moment to rest and prepare for the next part of your journey. Here's what you can do. Level up if you've got enough souls. Replenish your Estus or check your inventory for anything useful. Look around for any hidden items or paths. Sometimes touching these flames opens up areas and reveals new NPCs or secrets. What's your next move? Are you ready to press on through Farron Keep? Or do you want to level up and prepare a bit more first?
Alright, I have found a bonfire. I'm sitting down at it. I'm going back to Firelink Shrine.
Great call. Sitting at the bonfire gives you a chance to reset and finish your Estus, and maybe even level up if you've got enough souls. Heading back to Firelink Shrine will give you the opportunity to level up if you have the souls for it. Talk to NPCs like Gryrit if you've sent him on a mission, Andre for upgrades, or Cornix for pyromancy stuff. Stock up on items, repair your gear, and generally get ready for the next leg of the journey. If you have any souls or boss souls from your recent kills, you can also trade them with the Firekeeper for some extra stat boosts. What's the plan once you're back at the shrine?
NPC's confused.
Level up, buy anything, or go talk to someone?
Well, since we died, we could talk to the Pilgrim and get another free level. What should we put it in?
Nice. You've got a free level from the Pilgrim, so let's make it count. You're doing well with your dexterity, and your pyromancy is getting stronger, but here's what I recommend. Vigor. If you're finding you're still getting caught with low health, it might be time to put a point into Vigor for more HP. You'll survive a lot more hits with a higher health pool, and Fahrenkeep is tough, so the extra health can make a big difference. Endurance. If you're struggling with stamina, especially with the larger armor, a point in endurance can help you tank hits better while still maintaining your ability to dodge and swing your weapon. If you feel like you've been surviving well and you're happy with your dexterity and pyromancy, I'd suggest Vigor for more survivability in tougher fights. But if you're finding stamina more of an issue, endurance is the next best choice. Ready to decide?
It sounds like I can no longer level up. I'm at Hollowing level 17.
Ah, it looks like you've hit Hollowing level 17, which means the Pilgrim no longer offers a free level up. Hollowing will start to affect your HP and soul gains, but it's not too bad yet. You can reverse Hollowing if you want to remove the effects, but you'll need a Humanity or Twilight Bell for that. Since you can't level up anymore from the Pilgrim, you'll have to collect more souls to get to the next level up. So, now's a good time to focus on exploring, farming souls, and prepping for the Abyss Watchers or other bosses ahead. What's your plan for the next step?
Well, we have 14,000 souls, so we have 2 levels. What would you like to put them in?
Nice 14,000 souls gives you 2 solid levels. Since you're probably looking to boost your effectiveness in both combat and pyromancy, here's what I'd recommend. 1. Vigor. 1 level in Vigor will give you more health, which is key for surviving tougher fights, especially in areas like Fahrenkeep and the upcoming bosses. 2. Attunement. You've got pyromancy on lock, but attunement will increase your spell slots and boost your FP. With more spell slots, you'll be able to use more of your pyromancy spells without running out of resources. This can be crucial for managing both your combat and spell casting. For now, I'd suggest 1 point in Vigor. More health is always helpful, and 1 in attunement to give you some extra spellcasting flexibility. You can always focus on dexterity or other stats later, but right now these will round out your build pretty well. Ready to get those levels and push forward?
Now, Vigor and Attunement are really good, but just to let you know, better pyromancy spells require more intelligence and faith. Right now we're sitting at 15-14. 15 intelligence, 14 faith.
Got it? Since better pyromancy spells require more intelligence than faith, you're right to start thinking about boosting intelligence if you want to access the stronger spells down the line. With your current intelligence at 15 and faith at 14, I'd suggest prioritizing intelligence for the next level if you plan to take full advantage of the better pyromancies coming up. Here's what I would recommend. 1. Intelligence. Increase the stat to 16 so you can access some of the more powerful pyromancy spells. This would help you push the effectiveness of your fire orb and other fire-based spells. 2. Vigor. If you're still feeling like you need more HP for survival, you can always push Vigor later. But right now, intelligence seems like the better long-term investment if you want to beef up your spellcasting. That being said, if you're comfortable with the current spell pool and prefer tankier builds, Vigor is still an important stat. So, do you want to push for more pyromancy potential with intelligence, or keep Vigor in the mix for more survivability?
I already did the Entombment and Vigor like you said. I can go kill some things outside Firelink to get one more level, and I can put it in intelligence.
Smart move. Farming a bit outside of Firelink Shrine for that last level is a great way to make sure you get intelligence where it needs to be for better pyromancies. There are some great spots right outside Firelink Shrine where you can farm enemies for souls. 1. The Undead Burg. You can farm the undead soldiers and sword wielders. They drop decent souls and are pretty easy to clear out. 2. Cemetery of Ash. If you haven't fully explored this area yet, you can always farm the basic enemies near the bonfire or the skeletons on the way to the first one. 3. Firelink Graveyard. There are some skeletons you can farm here as well. They aren't too hard to take down, and you can just repeat the process until you've gathered enough.
I think she's getting 1 and 3
Once you've got the souls for that
confused
last
with each
intelligence
other.
level up, you'll be ready to cast some of the stronger pyromancy spells. Let me know how the farming goes. You've got this.
Yep, I done killed all the hollows and got enough for 1 level up. So I'm gonna level up right now, and then we will continue to the boss.
Nice. Now that you've got enough souls, go ahead and level up that intelligence to 16. This will unlock some powerful new pyromancies for you to wield,
Very well.
making your spell casting even more potent. Once that's done, you'll be ready to tackle the boss with a solid mix of survivability and pyromantic firepower. Let's get that level and prepare for the next challenge. What boss are we facing next?
That's what I was just about to ask you. Do I continue to fight the Abyss Watchers or go and kill the Crystal Sage?
Good question. You've got a couple of options, and both bosses have their own challenges. Let's break it down.
Oh my
Abyss
God.
Watchers, location fair and keep, difficulty tough but not impossible. They come in waves, and you'll be facing multiple Abyss Watchers at once, which makes it tricky. Reward. Defeating them will open up the path to...
I need you to tell me what to do.
All right, let's get this straight. If you're feeling confident and ready for a tough fight, then the Abyss Watchers will be your next big challenge. It's a multi-phase fight, and it'll test your ability to handle multiple enemies at once. But if you take them down, it'll push you forward into Irithyll and bring you closer to the next phase of the game. However, if you want to avoid a challenging multi-phase fight and just take down a more straightforward boss for some magic rewards, then Crystal Sage...
Command me, which boss should I fight?
All right, let's break it down for you. Based on where you're at right now, I think Abyss Watchers would be the better challenge for you.
Okay.
Here's
That's all I
why.
got to say.
1.
That's all I got to say.
Pyromancy and firepower. You've got Pyromancy on lock now, and that will absolutely help with the Abyss Watchers, especially when there are multiple enemies on the field. The Abyss Watchers can be tough. Your upgraded spells will give you some serious firepower to burn through them. Beating the Abyss Watchers is a key milestone in your game, unlocking Irithyll and giving you some great rewards. You'll want to push through to unlock those new areas and get even stronger. 3. Challenge level. The Crystal Sage is a good fight, but you've got the potential to take on the Abyss Watchers now with your current gear and pyromancy. It's a great opportunity to flex those skills. So in my opinion, take on the Abyss Watchers next. You've got the tools to handle it, and you'll be making solid progress. Ready to dive in?
I am continuing on.
Awesome. You've got this. Head into Farron Keep Focus on dodging those Abyss Watchers and bring the fire to them. It might take a couple of tries, but with your setup, you're going to light them up. Let me know how it goes, and I'll be here when you need some backup. Good luck.
I picked up a new armor set called the Nameless Knight.
Nice. The Nameless Knight armor set is pretty solid. It offers a good balance of defense and support, which can help you take some hits against Watchers, especially when you're doing aggressive attacks. It's not the lightest set, but if you're at a decent level, you should be able to wear it without too much of a fat load. The poise is particularly useful if you're planning on getting in close with your pyromancy or melee attacks. Are you planning to equip it now, or are you sticking with your current armor for the mobility?
I can wear it if I equip the Grass Crest Shield. Command me if I should do that.
I say go for it. If you can wear the
I
Nameless Knight set
but-
without going into fat roll territory, and you've got the Grass Crest Shield, that's a solid combo. The Grass Crest Shield gives you the stamina regeneration buff, which will help you maintain your endurance for dodging and attacking in the Abyss Watcher fight. The Nameless Knight set will give you better protection and poise, which could be a game changer, especially when you're in the thick of multiple enemies. So if you're not struggling with roll speed, equip that new set. It'll give you that extra edge when you go into the kill. Ready to charge in?
I died to that deer giant thing that you were talking about earlier, so I have to go grab my souls.
Ah, the deer giant. That one can be tricky with its charge attacks and massive reach. Glad to hear you're back to grab those souls. The good news is, now that you've got the Nameless Knight armor on, you should have a better chance of tanking those hits if you get caught off guard. When you go back in, try to be patient with your attacks. You'll want to dodge its charges and strike when it gives you an opening. The pyromancy should also help in whittling down its health while keeping a safe distance. You'll take it down this time. Just keep your wits about you and stay mobile. Good luck. Let me know how it goes when you've got those souls back.
Don't know if you can hear me, but I'm fighting frog things with weird eyes. What are they? Alright, it's definitely it for tonight. I just forgot to charge my headset. It's gonna be hard playing with you. Now that I can talk to her. There's no point, so I can't hear. Can't jump over. I need to ask her about weapons. I got a lot of weapons. I know she said this is my backup, but I want to see if she'll even change my loadout. Because she's not too invested in the Uchi. She is an Uchi main, which is crazy. She literally made me a dex build with pirates. It's like the most normal run I could think of. It's just, she's not really, well, she's leveled up health now, but she wasn't really doing that. think it was my headset though, that was making it where she couldn't understand what I was saying. I thought it was my dialect. It's not the first time though that AI can't understand my dialect, because my Google barely can, like Google Assistant, and when I had an iPhone, Siri also could not. I think if your dialect is too thick, I think it won't understand. Is my toes moving? Those are fire. I could definitely not charge. Spamming does not work. I think it does, but I think it's the whole controller. I don't think it's just buttons. I think it's just fun though. I definitely will do this with Dark Souls 2. I'm gonna work the kinks out more, like figure out what I can ask her and what I can't, so that way she doesn't get confused. I need to make it where somehow I need to ask or demand that she starts telling me what to do instead of just like, I recommend it. No, you are in control. This is the one time that I have. Might go up and do the ladder thing right now. This is what we'll do. We'll put this back here. This is a fun way to play Dark. Like I wanted to play Dark Souls 3 on stream, but I didn't want to do like another like normal challenge run. I wanted something different. And I forget where I saw this on YouTube. Someone was doing something similar with another game where they were like interesting idea. And I was like, you know what? I'm gonna try that with Dark Souls. It's like it has the internet and or not internet, the brain to figure out a good run. Well, not sit at the bonfire. Instead, go back down and go to the next area. She doesn't know, like, know everything about the game. Like, she kept saying you could buy us flesh shards, which is not a thing. I don't think that's the thing in any of them. That's just something you gotta find through the game. Can't buy your way out of that. That would be an easy mode, though. Instead of trying to find them, you could just get the other ones over here. I think what you're supposed to do is follow these like torches around. They lead you to the bonfire. The right path. Flesh, that's actually good. That's better than Flesh. That's what I thought Iron Flesh was. I thought it was the one that slows you down, but grants you extra damage. I think that's actually bad because I think that lowers my health even more. Oh no, that's not. Oh, thank you. Where is this last area? I think you could look at it up here. That's the bridge. Oh, it's over there. It is literally where the ladder is. It's over there. It is the closest one. I do have to get past it. Too tall. How many do I have now? We could level it up. Go here, and then we'll do the boss fight. And then probably do sage fight too. Cause I think you have to. I think of what he's guarding. I think you have to. Alright. But until then, I will see y'all later.